Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. So, oh man, we have got to talk about K9/11, or as some are calling it, Shocktober 7th. You may or may not have seen that the internet blew up with Hasan shocking his dog right on air. And so there's a lot of different clips that I want to go over. And if you didn't know, I am a professional dog trainer, been a professional dog trainer for almost a decade. I'm certified by the Animal Behavior College, the American Kennel Club, all of the places that makes you legit. I am legit. Now, I'm not necessarily like high level, most of my clients are basic obedience and stuff, but that's just because those are easier and a little more fun. But this is a problem. This is a problem. So let's dive into the footage here, and I am very interested to see what types of questions come up, because I also was talking about this on TikTok. Again, I usually try to keep politics off of TikTok, but I knew I was going to get engagement there. And the cope is insane. So maybe we'll take a look at some of those videos as well. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Welcome back to a series so shocking. Even Hasan's dog subscribed. In today's video, Hasan has responded to the allegations of shocking his dog. He has apparently shown the collar in question and claims it's a vibration collar, not a shock collar.
Is it though?
A video is going viral showing more context that Kaya was sitting for hours before she attempted to move. Penguin Zero has responded, absolutely cooking Hasan and his bullshit story. The detectives are on the case and coming to striking conclusions, claiming Hasan is tampering with evidence and trying to hide the shock collar.
They are going in. They are going in. The information is out there. This is not the time to get caught on online doing this stuff live.
A damning clip has surfaced of Hasan talking about his dog trainer and them using shock collars. Attorneys are claiming that Hasan has potentially violated laws. Aspen Gold has responded, and a bunch of more updates. Subscribe to put the collar on Hasan instead of his dog. Wonder if Jellywig will talk about the situation. Place your bets.
Let's up those numbers!
Now, quick recap for the newcomers. Hasan.
Oh, wait, this is the second one. Hold on. We want to do this one first. All right, so I'm just going to...
Bunch of more updates. Subscribe to free Kaya from the clutches of Diddy Piker.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Now, quick recap for the newcomers. Hasan is getting canceled now for mistreating his dog.
Wait a minute. Are these the same video? Which, this is from 8 hours ago. This is from 1 day ago. Okay.
He's getting absolutely destroyed now after a clip went...
I had it right the first time.
Quick recap for the newcomers. Hasan is getting absolutely destroyed now after a clip went viral of him mistreating his dog by allegedly shocking it the second it dared to move from its seat after sitting there for hours. Here's the clip.
It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go back. Just stop.
Since then, a bunch of people have responded, calling out Hasan, including Detective XUC, who insists it's a
damning evidence. Shout out to JL. Welcome to the party. I saw Ruben say Trump is the only one who deserves credit for the war ending in the Middle East. Agree or disagree? Disagree. I'm parroting other people here. Again, you guys know foreign policy is not my strong suit, but from hearing people like Dave Smith of that ilk, there was an opportunity for Iran to, fuck our shit up, and luckily they didn't. You could say that, maybe Ruben is saying that the fact that the deal was good enough is why Trump deserves credit, but I don't know. But welcome to the party. Have you seen this, Jay?
Bunch of people have responded, calling out Hasan, including Detective XUC, who insists it's a 99% chance it's a shock collar.
A little bit more. Now it stops now. Guys, 99%.
So Hasan has responded. Hasan says the collar is a vibration collar.
I have multiple collars for Kaya, and I put an air tag on them. I put an air tag on all of her collars to make sure that, I know where she's at. And one of the collars that...
Where she's at, bro. You don't let her move out of the frame.
People are pointing to in the from previous days or from like months ago is the collar that is a vibration collar. A collar that I use.
See, over here, every donation comes with a treat for Morty. And, of course, I just did finish another thing of peanut butter. So it is a peanut butter night. Check out that swole goal, guys. 15 super chats of any amount. And that includes Venmos, Cash Apps, Rumble Rants, all that stuff, or a $50 total. And you can see that one's empty. That's as far as you can get into that one. We got to get him a fresh one.
Use specifically to communicate with Kaya when she's free roaming at the park or when she is, off leash running around.
Second thing, if you're bragging about your dog being off leash and you don't live like on a farm or something, then that's a red flag. It's not inherently a bad thing because it does take a lot of training to do that. But as far as I understand, there's not any urban or suburban municipality in the entire country where it is legal to have your dog off leash, because of the fact that even if your dog is good off leash, that doesn't mean that other animals, other things, and so on and so forth. So red flag. I understand the desire to want to have your dog being that good. It's awesome, but red flag.
The park or when she is, off leash running around. When you leave your dog to free roam, to go out on the trail or whatever, there are going to be instances where you can yell for her to come back to do recall, but because she's so far away that she can't hear you. Okay?
True.
That's where the vibration collar comes in. It vibrates. It doesn't actually have any sort of like shocking component. And there are multiple different versions of this. There are the no bark collars that I believe both vibrate and also emit like a large sound, like a loud sound. There are shock collars as well. They all look very similar to one another.
Yeah, but they don't look exactly the same, and the one that looks exactly the same as yours has the shocking capability. Most collars that have the shocking capability will also have a vibrate and a beep function, because the idea is that you only should need the shock in the very rarest of situations. And even when you do, it's not meant to be like a punishment, like how dare you? It's meant to be like a little tap on the shoulder, like hey, are you supposed to be doing that? Or hey, I need you to come back. The lowest amount of sensation that the dog can feel is what you're supposed to use. The dog should not be yelping.
Okay. But the vibration collar is what they were pointing to. Okay. To be like, oh my God, he has a collar that he's using to abuse her and
He is
shocking her.
Yep.
There are a lot of dogs who use this. Okay. There are also a lot of dogs, working dogs, that use a shock collar as well.
Right. Very true. There is absolutely many different situations where shock collars and prong collars are effective and appropriate, just I was talking about before. And then, like people don't like the prong collars either. But, if you got a 70-pound dog that's pulling on the leash and you're my size, then that dog is going to run away and get hit by a car. So you need a prong collar. But again, the idea is that you teach the dog what it means. And it is a preventative thing. The dog should not be pulling to where the prongs are in their neck, because you've taught the dog, hey, as long as you don't pull, then there's no prongs. The dog shouldn't be getting shocked all of the time, even though the collar has that capability, because you're supposed to teach the dog, hey, if you do this or if you don't do that, then there might be a shock coming. And the dog's like, oh, okay, cool. Then I'm not going to do that. But here we can see that kind of not expect that. You would think that if he uses this type of collar, then when he gives a verbal command and then the dog doesn't listen, then inherently the dog is going to anticipate that maybe a shock is coming. And if that shock is coming, then they're not going to yelp unless it's too painful. Shout out to M169. Welcome to the party. Yep, just a prop dog. And shout out to Actual Justice Warrior, who was saying he put it as like, this is Hasan. Whether it's people, whether it's political ideologies, whether it's actual terrorists, or whether it's its own dog, all that exists is how does it make me look better? That's the long and short of it.
Okay. There are also a lot of dogs, working dogs, that use a shock collar as well.
Right, so he says that lots of dogs also use a shock collar as well. So interesting, he's still defending using shock collars essentially. So basically, it's a bunch of plausible deniability where, hey guys, I wasn't actually using a shock collar, it was a vibration collar, but if I was, plenty of people use shock collars as well. So just in the case that people actually prove 100% what actually happened, he's getting some preemptive insurance here. It's like his terrorism insurance articles that he talks about so much, right?
I did times 100 last night, which I like to call terrorism insurance.
Now, he also claims it was just a vibration. So why did your dog Kaya make a yelp sound the exact second you reached over to press a button on your table? Since when does a tiny ass vibration make a dog cry and yelp?
It doesn't.
Unless that vibration is 50 fucking volts. Yeah, I'm just not sure that's accurate. Apparently, according to Hasan, a vibration is Pikachu using Thunderbolt. Now, he also says communication caller, and this I didn't really get. Like, she's in your house.
Yeah, that's not a thing. So he was talking about, oh, if you're on the trail and you're out of vocal range, then these collars that's essentially one of the appropriate uses. But that's not what was happening.
In your room, like surely you take it off then. Heaven forbid your dog actually just goes to the other room. You're probably gonna have a panic attack and fucking Palpatine her. Hasan could easily take off the collar and show us the make and model. In addition, he could take the collar we've seen in the video, wrap it around his neck, and demonstrate the effects of it. That would.
And this is, I mean, the guy's laughing. Shout out to more Pegasus. I really, if you want to see all the slop that's going on with left-wing politics, but you don't actually want to watch any of these people, I love this channel. Link in the description. Check it out. But, yeah, when I so my company is all positive philosophy. So I'm not even allowed to suggest a shock collar or a prong collar. But people do what they want to do. So if somebody decides I'm going to get a shock collar, then it does become my obligation to make sure they're using it properly. And I will first do it to myself. I'll put it on myself and put it on the lowest setting. Zap up until I can feel it. Then I do the same thing with them. And so the type of you want to get a little jolt just out of the startle, not from the pain, not from the discomfort, from the startle. Then, same thing, do it with them so that they can understand what they are looking for in the dog. You are not looking to hurt the dog. You are looking to send a message in the least disruptive way. Not what he did.
Be a definitive proof, but I have a feeling Hasan is not going to electrocute himself. What a freaking liar. Vibrations don't cause that reaction. Putting electrical tape on the prong somehow makes it a vibration-only color. We'll get into the whole analysis of this a little later, but I gotta go in sequence here. Right, so then he finally shows off the collar, and he does it in the worst way humanly possible. He purposely blocks large portions of it using his hand.
Like, what?
And you can tell he's very nervous and trying to hide things.
Hold on, I want to get that idea. Like, what is this? What are we doing? Like, oh yeah, I want to show you my phone. Check it out. This is my phone. Like, shady. And the whole chat is just like, yeah, makes perfect sense to me.
Portions of it using his hand, and you can tell he's very nervous and trying to hide things, showing it for as little time as humanly possible. Hasan shows off the Kaya collar, says it's for vibration. Keep in mind, this is a full day after.
This is the one.
A full day after. A full day after any normal person who is getting accused of shocking their dog to the point of yelping would be like, hey, yo, whoa, hold up. No, the fuck it's not. Come here, Kaya, look at the collar. That's not it. But he waited a whole day. Maybe somebody ran out to PetSmart. Maybe somebody ordered it on Amazon. Even if that we're seeing is not a shock collar, doesn't mean anything.
That people are talking about. Okay.
Is it though?
This is the one. This is the one that they saw. It has the capacity to vibrate. And that's it. Are you happy?
Nope. Guys, real quick, if you do me a huge favor and hit that like button, you know how much that helps. Look how we got Behave in the building. Welcome. He's an animal abuser. The poor dog does things only abused dogs do. It makes me sick. Sorry for not being funny, but I'm sick from watching it. I agree. And, I think if I wasn't a professional trainer, then I wouldn't cover this. And, I have other stuff too. I don't know how long, we're going to drill down on this. I have other stuff too. But, I felt as a professional that it's an obligation that I talk about this. The fact that I already hate Hasan and would love to cover anything that he does badly anyway is just bonus. Welcome to the party.
And that's it. Are you happy?
That's it. There we go. That's it.
Good. There's the AirTag. There's the fucking vibrator. It also has a flashlight component to it at nighttime. And it also has a tracker on it when she gets lost. If she were to actually get fucking lost, you are able to, it emits a sound.
So even the fact that he's going through different features of the collar, where many collars have, that doesn't mean anything. Just because it has a flashlight doesn't mean you didn't shock your dog.
Okay. There are days where Kaya doesn't wear a collar. There are days where she wears a different collar. Okay. This, in and of itself, doesn't actually work in the way that you think it does.
Projection! Sir, I would say you are the one who doesn't actually know how it works. Or maybe you do and you just don't care. That's definitely a possibility as well. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Okay, here. This is the flashlight. Okay. And
Like, why are you holding it like that?
this is when it vibrates.
Bro, stop putting your fingers on it, man. Christ. Jesus, man. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you.
80.
See? I just bought it. It's brand new. Do you guys see it? It's right here. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Like, bro.
We can all see it. We can all see it. And yet, oh man, we're gonna have to pull up some of my the videos. The shorts that I've posted about this are just from TikTok, and the comments there. The cope is insane. Insane.
It's not hard. There's like a self-debunk for like 2 minutes, man. Like, it's not hard, man.
Okay, extremely suspicious. In fact, this just makes him look 10 times worse. So,
Yep.
guys, if I wanted to show you something, I would hold it between my index finger and thumb, and I would dangle it down so you could see the whole thing. And then I would rotate it, right? And then move my finger and thumb over the part that I just covered so you could see the entire thing. I would not show it for 0.05 seconds while having my fat friggin' hands actually block it, all right? You might as well put friggin' in front of the goddamn camera at that point, right?
Just please don't. But hey, shout out to Zippy, DSN Lee over on Rumble with the Rumble rant. Said YouTube blocked this. Fucked YouTube. It's not the women, the government, the kid, or inciting violence that got Hasan. It was the dog. And no, it was not. No, it was not. He still has just as much support as he's always had. The people in the comments are, the people in the comments are still, defending him. I would have thought that like this would be the last straw and everybody's going John Wick, but nope. Shout out to Nice here. So welcome to the party. It said it's an ET300 with both the posts and prongs removed. You're saying you are biased doesn't help your position of being a professional when professionals use this model on training recall for dogs. I specifically said that at the beginning. So, I'm going to say it over and over and over because I know you weren't here, but I've been saying over and over and over that there absolutely is a perfectly appropriate way to use both prong collars and shock collars. This just wasn't it. Yes, the fuck you can. So when you buy a shock collar, then they have removable things because over time, wear and tear, weather, it's not going to work as well, and then it could even become dangerous. So you can buy replacement ones. You unscrew them and you screw them right back in. Don't we love Morty? Don't we love Morty? Again, over here we love dogs, and it is a peanut butter night. So let's get those super chats in.
Actually block it, all right? You might as well put friggin' in front of the goddamn camera.
Oh, and of course, Zippy being the sponsor of the stream.
At that point, right? Also, second thing is that I would immediately show it the second anybody accused me of such a vile thing, or the second the clip went viral. And there were plenty of people in Hasan's chat actually calling him out for it, and he was aware this was happening. So what did he do? He actually called the dog off stream, as we saw in the previous video.
Shady.
Called it off stream, did something, and conveniently
did something,
went back, and then pretended to actually notice the drama. Also, he's only showing the color the day after to do damage control, right? So it's just the way he's reacting just seems like he's guilty. It is my belief that any normal person would do their best to prove that they don't mistreat animals. In fact, you would explicitly say, okay, what exact item or color it is, so people can look it up and immediately know that it's not the shock collar, right? Instead, everybody on the internet has to do some fucking investigative journalism, zoom in, look at previous streams, all of this shit, because Hasan refuses to actually say what the brand is, what the actual item is, when he bought it, like any receipts of anything. It's crazy. Looks like an educator e-collar. My Roddy has the same one. Believe me, it does more than vibrate.
Yep. And again, that does not mean that this Montana Mari is being abusive. It is not the tool itself, just like with guns. It's not the tool itself, it's how you use it. Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. Welcome to the party. Again, I got Guamtech or somebody. Let them know. Like, we got plenty of stuff. You can take that first 10, 20 minutes later. Come on up and chat with us. But welcome. We also got our boy Guamtech. Said liked and shared. Oh my goodness. Thank you so very much. You guys know that stuff is free and easy for you and helps so very much. It doesn't even matter If you think anyone's going to click on the link just by you telling YouTube X or Rumble that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the party. Again, don't forget to hit that poll.
Like an educator e-collar, my Roddy has the same one. Believe me, it does more than vibrate. I only used it in the shock capacity one time when she bolted after deer down a public street with traffic after a college football game was over. It was terrifying, hated to use it. Now, turns out a video is going viral of that specific Hasan stream and how long Kaya was actually sitting down. Turns out it was 4 hours.
4 hours. 4 hours. And a lot of the Hasan simps are saying, well, the dog's got joint issues. Therefore, it needs to sit in one spot and be shocked if it gets up. What? Yeah, that's not a thing.
A LSF post of Kaya's seating position throughout the entirety of her time on Hasan's stream yesterday is going viral right now.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast.
Going and going and going. 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, 90 minutes, and counting, and going, and going, and going. What a good dog. What a good dog. What a good
emblematic
dog.
of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to why America.
Hey, what are you
Kaya,
doing?
please just.
Notice it was just the one step, because like I can see I'm looking at myself, but Morty's in the frame, so I can see like if he jumps down or whatever, I'm gonna notice that in real time. But one step, and Kaya, please, being in your place for 2.5 hours without stretching is a bad dog. Like, bro, what are we doing? What are we doing? Shout out to Cross. That is YouTube. Yeah, YouTube blocked. It's not the women, the government, the kid inciting violence that got Hasan. It was the dog. Yep. That one's working. That one's working. But welcome to the party. Yeah. So we're only at 2 hours and 15 or 19 minutes when she gets up. Takes one step. One step.
It's the same reason as to why
One step.
America. Kaya, please just.
Or excuse me. Let's be on. Let's call it like it is. 2 steps. I was wrong. I didn't see the other paw.
It's the same
1,
reason as to
2.
why America.
That's it.
Kaya, please just fucking go. Just stop.
And that register, that is not a natural thing that you're going to hear throughout the day. That means something is wrong. That means something is wrong. And so even if you thought, oh, she just clipped her paw and this, that, whatever, then why didn't you get up to see if she was okay? And then on top of that, notice how, if a dog, he's saying clipped herself or again, I don't really know what that means. But you can see immediately there's the shock, and then Kaya goes right down into that down position. Meaning, remember how before I was talking about the proper way to use the shock collars is so that the dog understands what it means? Well, okay, he's got that part. The dog definitely knows, sit the fuck down and don't move when I get shocked. But that is abuse. Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome to the party. So the vibe I got was that he went to hit the shock button, and the dog, seeing his hand get closer to it, freaked her out, causing yelp, but could be mistaken. Now, that's because then, again, I'll run it back. So for this to be, for this to make sense, then we should have seen the yelp and the move back into the down position upon the hand moving. So, for example, I, because I do positive philosophy with my clients, we talk about timeout. And so, let's say your dog is, nipping and whatever, you tell them to leave it or whatever, and they're not listening. So you give them 3 chances, and then you put them in timeout. But the way you do it, it's not like a timeout like for a child, where you say you did bad, and so now you need to go in timeout. It's more like, well, what you're doing right now is not acceptable, and so you need to go in timeout until you could be in a chill out zone. But the idea is that you want to leave it, leave it, and then in a very specific cadence, do you want to go in timeout? So that exactly what you're talking about here, you don't actually need to go and put the dog in timeout. You can just use that verbal cadence to be like, hey, you're getting close to the line. And this is all without shocking anything. And the dogs will back up and be like, hey, all right, no, I don't want any timeout. I don't want any trouble. So it makes sense that there is it makes sense that that could be a situation that would happen, but we can see that it's not what happened because I'll run it back. Then when he's moving his arm, that would be when Kai would be like, oh shit, and yelp and go into the down position. But that's not what happens. Larry said, I hate people who have their dog off leash. That's just what I was saying. Just what I was saying. There's very few situations where that is, that's relevant. Larry said, my neighbors have got the best behaved pit bull, but they're banned where I live. He's putting this dog at risk. The state killed my dog for being a pit bull. Another reason why it's a red flag, and is usually a status thing that I get to tell people that my dog is professionally trained. I mean, is nicer? Is that the right? Am I saying that right? Said I don't like Hasan, but you need the context that he was away and came back, and his mom broke the structured regimen with her. She's been on a stream thousands of hours with no issues. That's not that doesn't matter. And so, like, again, if it was the case, let's do this. If it was the case that he is not lying about anything, he would still be in the wrong. Where was it? He would still be in the wrong.
Let's do this. All right, let's do this. Let's give Hasan all the charity we possibly can and show how he's still lying. Hasan waited 24 hours to show a collar that he definitely didn't order on Amazon. After that, we also have clips of Hasan talking about the incident an hour before. He's pretending to, wait, is there an LSF thing? Why is everybody here? An hour before that, he was talking about the situation, saying, oh, Kaya clipped her, whatever. But let's take his word for it. First of all, he's trying to say that Kaya clipped her, I don't even know what that means, clipped herself on the bed. Kaya had already gotten off the bed and then gotten back on the bed before the yell. But again, even if that was the case, then why would clipping yourself on the end of the bed automatically make you go down into the place command position? The fact is, dogs aren't like humans. Like, if I stub my toe, I'd be like, God damn. I might not be like screaming in pain, but I'm going to verbalize. Dogs don't do that. There is silence, and then there's enough pain that there is a yelp. Any normal dog owner, when they hear the yelp, yeah, Hasan turned around, but obviously his face was away from the camera, but it looked like he was giving the death stare, like, stop, why are you doing that? And then secondly, what are you even looking at? Get up and see what's wrong with the dog that just yelped. Dogs don't yelp for no reason. So if you think Kaya clipped her foot on the bed or whatever, go check that out. Go check. Why are you not checking that out? The point here is that Hasan is lying. I definitely don't have hard proof that what he was using was a shock collar, but we all saw his arm move, we all saw the dog jump, and we all saw the dog immediately go into the down place position. That's not how dogs act. Any normal person who was in there, getting in their chat, hey, are you doing this to your dog? They would immediately bring him up to the camera and be like, no, this is the collar. I'm obviously not. Here, look at it. But he spends 10 hours a day on stream and instead had to wait a full 24 hours. I got Amazon Prime. I know how that works. So I think Actual Justice Warrior said it best. Hasan just looks at Kaya like he looks at people like everything else. Just a prop for his own convenience. I highly suggest you go check out his video, but there's no question. He shocked that dog.
Yep. And another a quick one. Text. So you'd also hear him clearly set the remote down after she yelped. So we'll get back to that. But first, is that me? DSMLA again. So the dog is Hasan's battered wife. Prove me wrong. I can't, bro. I can't. Because you are right. When you are right, you are right. Thank you so very, very much of sponsoring yourself. Very, very much appreciated. All right, so we got one more short here. So on that video, then one of the Hasan simps responded. And I think I read it out. Let's see if I read it out. Let's see.
This is the average level of intelligence of a Hasan viewer. Let's read it together. There's no shot you're a dog trainer if you think dogs only yelp if they're hurt. Yes, I didn't say severely hurt. I said there's a threshold. My brother's dog, German Shepherd, yelps from chewing on his tail a little too hard. So what you're saying is, reaches the threshold of yelping. You added the word severely. I said that dogs don't have a middle ground level of expressing pain beyond yelping. But sure, just add whatever words you need to keep your narrative going. We all know you're not going to stop watching Hasan, no matter what he does, no matter how many terrorists he supports, no matter how many dogs he abuses. You're still right there. It's pathetic, but it is what it is, I suppose. A lot of people tell me how you guys are too far gone, and I don't want to believe it.
comments like this do not bode well. Let's also just gloss over the fact that dogs should not be chewing on their tails too hard. That's something that should be checked out and addressed, just like when Kaya yelped. So my point stands. If a dog yelps, something needs to be addressed. Yarrow. Something needs to be addressed. So he's trying to say, what are you talking about? My dog yelps all the time and I don't do anything about it. So therefore, Hasan's dog yelp. Like, what? That doesn't even make sense. Shout out to Adam. Welcome to the party. Said everyone needs to relax. People use these collars as pleasure toys. Surely they are not that bad. Well, I'm hoping that you're coming at this a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but I will take it as if it were serious. And, you know, people are into BDSM and stuff, but that is consented. If you like being slapped around, if you like, I mean, hey, I'd never been with a girl who didn't like being choked. But I don't think that's the same thing as me having a girlfriend, and when she moves from the spot that I tell her she has to sit in for 4 straight hours, that I choke her. So again, it's not the collar itself. It's not the shock itself. It is the collection of all of these things. So let's go back and look at the footage here. And we'll see that it's bad news bears. Bad news bears. Oh, wait, we got equality and deference because vagina. Welcome over on Rumble. Said liked and shared again. Thank you so much. Remember, guys, it doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling the platform that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Quality said, so he disciplined the dog? Don't care. All right. Well, let's see if you change your mind. So let's go back to the actual time.
It is going viral right now.
What's going
Equality. Have you seen this, or have you seen the clip itself? Or are you just talking about disciplining dogs in general?
on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast.
Again, we're getting to 30 minutes. Oh, a little bit of a stretch, but, you know, staying on the bed. An hour in, one time getting up. 90 minutes in. Oh, we got 2 in 90 minutes. And then we get to 2:19. Are you watching Equality? Are you watching Equality?
Is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's
One
the
step,
same reason as to why
2 steps.
America, Kaya, please just fucking go back. Just stop.
And again, you know, you can see that. So when King Nirvana was talking about the reaching might have caused fear in the dog. If that were the case, then what we would see
Please just
is from here, when he's already reaching, that is when she would yelp and jump into that down position. But I don't even think you're completely wrong, King. Now that I'm looking at it, it could be a coincidence or it could be an understanding. When he is reaching, you do see her start to turn around and try to get back on the bed. So you might not, well, what did I do here? You might not be completely incorrect here. The dog may know, oh, when he's reaching, that's not good. But then still, the fact that she yelped means that she was not expecting that level of pain for this scenario.
okay. It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just
So we got the reach, and to King Nirvana, Kaya could be like, oh shit, let me get back in my place. But no yelp yet.
fucking go back. Just stop.
Stop, you're so spoiled. And then like sorry, who was it? Nicer was saying the excuses he gave is that, oh well, she got so spoiled because my mom let her walk around. That's not what spoiled means. Quality said, watching carefully. Yeah, so let me know. I mean, the hypocrisy is definitely there. We're going to talk about human rights and harm and all that stuff. That's another layer on top of all of this. But just what we saw. Is that okay? Or is that not? One thing said, Hasan Sims give him the same leeway they think MAGA people gave Trump. Bingo! Projection! What was the first chat tonight? Dave Rubin is saying Trump gets all the credit for ending the war. Do I agree? Nope. But of course, the simps always win. Thank you, sir. behave. It said Hasan is very pious, but he's never showed true empathy. Is he pious? Pious to the god of communism and the wearing a capitalistic mask. So yeah, then we get the shock.
Please just fucking go. Just stop.
Now we're hitting 3 hours. That in and of itself could arguably be abuse. I wouldn't say that, but that's certainly mistreatment. I think it's 4.5 or something. 421, bro. 421. What are we doing? How are we saying that's a reasonable thing? Colin said in his defense, a dog walking around is just a notch below mass murder on the evil scale. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
So she been there for 4 hours. I mean, is it normal for a dog to just sit around for 4 hours doing nothing?
Well, yes. Yes. It is normal for a dog to sit around and do nothing. I mean, this is what Morty does all day. But he gets up to stretch. He gets up to walk around. He likes to come and look through the blinds and stuff. And, he's not doing anything. He's just getting up, walking around, getting some water. I think somebody, one of the Hasan fans said there's a water bowl here, but there's certainly no toys. There's certainly no food. What are we doing? What is the question? What is the question? This man is clearly mistreating his dog.
There for 4 hours. I mean, is it normal for a dog to just sit around for 4 hours doing nothing? I mean, because I do that, but I'm not a dog.
Okay, first off, I don't think it's normal for a big dog like that to just sit around for so long. And
the size does matter.
Suppose even
that's what she said.
Suppose even it is normal, and okay, she according to Hasan's logic, she played a lot in the morning, and that's why she's tired, and that's why she chooses.
That's fair.
She chooses not to move for 4 to 8 hours for Hasan's.
That's fair. That is totally reasonable. That is totally reasonable. But the reaction to her not even getting all 4 paws off the bed is not normal.
Scream, right? But you can see Kaya tried to move 2 hours in, but Hasan did not let her. He brought the might of Zeus down on it like a lightning bolt from the heavens, all right? And poor Kaya had to yelp and go back to his place. And as Hasan likes to say, the context matters, right? So let's look at all the Hasan streams, gather all the evidence, right? So let's just try to put this into perspective. If you are in a room for 4 hours and you're gaming, for example, you might not even notice the time actually passed, and that's perfectly fine. But being locked in a room by a kidnapper against your will for 4 hours, that's a very different experience and can actually be traumatizing, even if you're a human, right? And dogs are very different than humans. Obviously, they are way more active.
Let's see what the let's see what you guys say from the poll. Did Hasan shock his dog? 56% of you said yes. 25 said no. 13 said you can't tell from the video, and only 6% of you didn't see the clip. That shit went around.
Wow, no one is forcing Hasan to sit there, but Hasan is literally forcing his dog to sit there, not even allowed to move under the threat of pain. Doesn't matter if you're a leftist or on the right, dog abusers of any ideology are sick. Absolutely true. Anybody trying to...
Yeah, somebody else on my TikTok was bringing up Christy Nome, and I was like, yeah, notice how most people, when we heard about Christy Nome writing in her book that she took her dog out back and old yellered him just because he was too submissive, everybody was like, hey, yo, like, what? We're not about that. So you should not be about Hasan, yet here you are. Yeah, if it doesn't matter if the left is right, dog abusers of any ideology are sick. I condemn Christy Nome in the same way.
Dog abusers of any ideology are sick. Absolutely true. Anybody trying to make this into a political issue is absolutely delusional. Now, don't worry. Hasan's community will...
Right, exactly what I said. I definitely hate Hasan. But there's a reason I don't randomly cover things that he says just to lie about things that would make him look bad. It's just a bonus. I'm here to call it like it is. I'm here as a professional dog trainer, and I mean a professional dog owner too, and have the best dog in the world. So, yeah, I mean, like, too bad. Shocked. Now again. Is it it's not necessarily a dog that size, that age. We wouldn't expect that it is weird that dog doesn't have to go outside for a 4-hour period. Shouldn't go much further than that, but I usually take out Morty 3 to 4 times a day. So I'll usually wake up somewhere between 11 a.m. and 1, depending on how late I'm up with you guys. We go right outside. Then he likes a nice longer walk in the middle of the day. So somewhere between 3 and 5, we take a longer walk around the whole thing. Then I take him out before the stream starts, or right about that time if I'm not streaming, and then one more time just for a little piss at the end of the night. And then his medication is a diuretic, so we have the pad out and he pees in the middle of the night. Again, if I didn't allow him to get out of bed, then he'd be fucked. But he's a good boy, so he does that.
A political issue is absolutely delusional. Now, don't worry.
Good question, though. Good question.
Hasan's community will try to convince you this is somehow about Israel-Palestine or about some far-right extremists trying to cancel him. No, this is literally a person doing something evil, and people are pointing it out. If somebody on the right did this, they would be canceled just as well. People made this meme. Please, Father, I need to get up and walk out of frame. It's been 6 hours of you screaming next to me and stressing me out. And then we got Hasan going click, 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 zzz, zzz, just zapping the dog. And he's watching Asmongold, of course, Hasan's favorite channel in the entire world. Moving on to Penguin Zero, talking about the Hasan situation. Cooking.
That is the number one comment that I get on TikTok is, "Oh, you look like Charlie, or you look like Moist Critical." All the time, all the time. Equality said, "Gotta train your bitch 2 legs or 4." I mean, speaking facts, baby. But again, either way, shouldn't be shocking them into pain unless they ask for it. I mean, if your bitch like nipple clamps, then ain't no problem with that.
The entire world. Moving on to Penguin Zero, talking about the Hasan situation, cooking him.
Now, for the life of me, like, I cannot understand what he's even upset about in the first place, that he starts, like, scolding the dog for. She moved like an inch, like
2 steps.
Slightly off of that. Now, I saw he mentioned place training. And the whole idea behind it is designating a spot in a comfortable location for your pet. And when it comes to place, you do not want to, like, make it something stressful for the animal, at least.
Right. The idea of your place, just like you are more comfortable in your home than you are anywhere else in the world. That's the idea behind the place. That by being here, it's almost like you want the dog to think that there's a magical force field around this that just makes things better. That's the idea. That's why we do place training.
Place. You do not want to, like, make it something stressful for the animal, at least in our teachings. It's supposed to be a comforting spot for them, not like a stressful thing where they just go there and fucking, like, blue screen in the brain and just sit there idly comatose. And if they don't, they get punished. So he's calling this her place. But when she's moving from the place, he's scolding her. That's not what we were taught you're supposed to do when it comes to place training. That kind of defeats the purpose of it.
Uh-huh. Oh, wow. What? YouTube blocked me saying dilly to caring for the dogs.
What?
That's crazy. That's crazy. But we are definitely from equality. Dilly for caring about the dogs. YouTube, what are you on? What are you on? It's the leftist protection bubble. That's what it is.
That's not what we were taught you're supposed to do when it comes to place training. That kind of defeats the purpose of it. I don't know why he would be getting so upset at that, like angry at the dog for moving from place. That really does kind of defeat the whole purpose of it. He and the community are claiming that he didn't use a shock collar or anything, didn't, like, zap her, fucking Palpatine lightning blast her or anything like that. She got her dew claw stuck on that spot, and that's what made her yelp in pain. It is.
And again, if that's what you thought, then why would you not get up and check on her dew claw? Like, the dew claw is, I think he explains it, but they have their pads, and then there's, like, one up here. Come here, Mark. Can we show your dew claw? Notice how I'm not hiding anything, so I can just bring him up and show you what we're talking about. So there's a claw up here, and some dogs also have on their back legs a little bit higher up, and it's like your appendix. It's just well, not your appendix. Is that the one that evolutionary we don't need anymore? But yeah, it's that
on that spot. And that's what made her yelp in pain. It is a sensitive area. That is true. I have watched this clip like 10 or 15 times now, but it doesn't look like it gets caught or anything. So it feels very unlikely that is what caused the dog to scream in pain.
Yep, we saw 2 steps off of the bed, then Hasan reaching, her going back to turn to be on the bed. She was fully on the bed. Then we get the yelp, and she's airborne, and then immediately into the down position. That's not how happy dogs behave.
Yup, I mean, spot on. This is just another made-up excuse by Hasan and his dogshit gaslighting community. We can literally see the clip. They want you to legitimately not believe your own eyes and ears. It is ridiculous, the level of brainwashing in Hasan's community. He's probably gonna blame it on far-right MAGA grifters in Israel again. Asmongold made me shock the dog, guys.
It was the Jews!
Actually mind controlled me. I was watching an Asmongold video and he made me jerk and hit the fucking shock button, guys. Oh my god. Absolutely pathetic person. Also, great point by Charlie about the place training. That is clearly not how you're supposed to do it the way Hasan does it, right? Nope. It's not that dog's happy place anymore. It's a freaking prison for it, as people.
And to that point, I fucked up early on with Morty. You know, when I wasn't a trainer. You know, he's 15. So it was after years of him not being trained properly that I was like, maybe I should figure out how to do this. Maybe, you know, just yelling at him is not working. And that's how I got into all of this. But when I first got him, I was trying to teach him to use the potty pads, because then it would just be convenient. You know, he's small. It's not like it's going to stink up the room if he takes a shit there. I mean, it will, but I'll clean it up. It's not anything like a 50-pound dog. That you don't want that shit inside. Anyway, I messed up because what I would do is I would see that Morty would have an accident somewhere. And then I would take Morty and I would put him on the pad and be like, this is where we go potty. This is where we go potty. Now, obviously, after the training, it makes perfect sense. Why? Because he doesn't understand English. Nicer. Why are you deleting all your chats? They're still here, by the way. What was that? But yeah, obviously, the obvious thing that happened is that I taught Morty this pad is a bad thing. Any association you have with this is just me yelling at you. So why would you want to use it? He wouldn't. No, you know, he's awesome. So he give me another shot around this time around as he got older. Shout out to Box. Welcome to the party. How are you doing, sir? Have you seen I didn't block anything. I mean, again, I'm showing you YouTube is blocking me. YouTube is blocking me. Wait, can we do? They're blocking me. YouTube rejected your comment. It's not me, bro. It's YouTube. You know, if you're on YouTube, that YouTube is super censorious. But okay, do you? Box in the house. Yeah, what do you think about this, Box?
Does it, right? It's not that dog's happy place anymore. It's a freaking prison for it, as people were memeing, an open air prison, and it's quite clearly upset, and that's why everyone is mad about this situation. And Hasan acting baffled as to why everybody is kicking off about this just shows his level of self-awareness. So then he talks about Hasan's reaction and him just hand-waving everything.
He kind of downplayed it and shrugged it off as like, oh, a bunch of bad actors attacking me for some fucking phony baloney, barnacles here, you know, unbelievable, this is all a load of fish paste. And instead of doing what I think most people, like not even just streamers, just normal people would do, of like showing, no, look, it's not a shock collar, obviously I didn't shock my dog, he instead just brushes it off saying, nope, it's not a shock collar, you're stupid for thinking that it is. You have all these people saying this shit, it's not true. Well, it takes like actually 3 seconds just to unclip that collar and just show like, hey guys, I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea here, this is not a shock collar, look, here's what it is. And then
exactly as I just did with Morty.
Explain it. And the fact that he doesn't is odd. Like, it is very peculiar. Given how annoyed you are with the dog, and right before she yelps out in pain, you roll your eyes, you look at something off screen, you clearly are, like, you are reaching off screen, that is very clear, and then the dog yelps while you were still annoyed, and then instead of doing, like, what I feel like most dog owners would do, like, check to see, like, is everything alright? Why'd she just yelp in pain? Instead of doing that, calling...
Yeah, I promise you, I don't care enough about any of you to block what you have to say. Unless you're going to get my channel taken down, I promise you, I don't care what you have to say enough to block it.
Her a baby, and then mentioning how spoiled she is about roaming the house, like that doesn't compute. If this was her dew claw getting stuck there and then yelping in pain, you would have no idea why she's yelping. Why is your first instinct to call her a baby and then mention how spoiled she is about, you know, your mom letting her roam the house?
Main character syndrome. I know you know, but, you know, again, when you are accused live on air of doing something that you're not doing, what did I immediately do? Show proof that even my chats are being blocked by YouTube. Receipts! I know bitch like that. I know the people that you probably listen to are like that, but I will just have better words than you. I don't need to block your words because my words are better.
The response to it just doesn't really seem to make sense.
There's the AirTag. There's the fucking vibrator.
For real? Like, is he telling the truth? Like, you could
Probably not, but even then, why wouldn't you want to be not sorry because he's saying that he didn't do anything wrong, but there should be an attitude of like, guys, like seriously, I'm being genuine and vulnerable with you right now. I know that this, that, and whatever, but like, I do not want anybody to think that I am, shocking my dog inappropriately. That would be the type of attitude that you would expect from someone who did that. So, as I said it before and I'll say it again. There are absolutely appropriate uses for both shock collars and prong collars, but never are they supposed to hurt the dog enough to yelp. So it's not the tool, it's the usage. Just like a gun is not inherently bad, shooting somebody in the face for no reason or for stepping off of their bed is bad.
could have swapped it out. You could have changed out the previous model with one that doesn't have shocking capabilities. It looks like there's tape on it. When you
and we're gonna get there. There is definitely tape on it. I posted this. You can see the settings in the video, and you can see he taped over. Everybody's like, "Oh, well, there's no prongs there." He taped over it. Look at it. You can see the tape. But then people are like, "Oh, that's a doctored image." I mean, technically, yeah. Technically, yeah.
My guy.
But that doesn't change anything about anything.
My guy. I know. This is what you're not understanding.
So that's been debunked as the doctored image. Here's the actual photo where he gives the other one, and then I'm showing this same photo here.
My guy, I know. This is what you're not understanding. I'm not arguing that the picture that I am posting and showing, I'll put it up here again, is not doctored. What you're missing is that the doctoring is not Photoshop. It's turning up the brightness. As you can clearly see in the photo, nobody's hiding that. So yes, it is doctored in the sense that it's not the original image, but the original image shows less than what the doctored image does, not because it adds anything that wasn't there in the original, but it makes it easier to see. Notice how you're going to over and over, no, that's debunked, it's doctored. But you don't address the fact that it shows what it shows. I got the night up. I got all night. I got a stream tomorrow. I got 3 hours. If you want to keep giving me content, please keep going. But nobody is arguing that changing the brightness on a photo is not technically doctoring a photo. But if you are making the argument that because the brightness is turned up on a photo, that what is in the photo is not in the photo, you're dumb.
Stupid.
You're not intelligent. At least not intelligent for this conversation.
Oh, man, the simps are out. They are out. So yeah, I do, again, if you're just joining us, I was saying that I do feel as a professional that I'm obligated to mention this, but we do have something else coming up soon.
That doesn't have shocking capabilities. It looks like there's tape on it. When you increase the brightness here, it does seem like there's definitely tape. I've seen this picture floated around a lot, and people believe that they have narrowed it down to a model called the Educator ET400, which seems to match it visually 1-to-1 in.
And then we see this guy has that right here.
Destiny, all right? Get back in the prison cell. Moving on to the detectives getting on the case. Looks like Lonerbox cracked the case. The non-shocking model does not match. Case closed. Free Kaya.
Closely match the ET300 Mini Educator half-mile remote e-collar, which does have shock prongs. It seems to match in shape. In the position.
And again, when we're talking about removing the things, you can both remove this black part that covers up the actual metal, but then you can also take out the metal piece itself. That's what these holes are. There's a hole right here. Can we make this any bigger? There's this goes here, and that one goes there. You can see it. Even though he's trying to obfuscate it with his hands, you can see it. He's not smart enough to obfuscate the right things.
Positioning of the charging port, in the texture of the plastic, unlike this one with the much more curvy light than the one Hasan has. This one, which is vibrate only, also has its charging point on the side, The one Hasan has the charging point in the middle, much like the shocking version, where the prongs that deliver the shock are simply removable. You can
Shout out to Lonerbox. The internet is undefeated. Dilly. So I just want to jump around to some more of the other reactions and stuff, and then I'm going to show a little bit about what he said since then, and then I got something special.
Saying, obviously, no way to 100% confirm. It would be very easy for Hasan to 100% confirm and immediately tell us the truth of the situation, but his reaction is anything but truthful here. Anyways, then we got Detective XQC transforming into L from Death Note.
It looks like two holes that have been taped over. Literally, you can kind of clearly see a demarcation between this level and this level.
Yep.
Obviously marked by a shadow right here. It's not a seamless one level surface. There is clearly two levels of surface. Do you not see it?
Oh, I see it, baby. I see it.
Bang, bang, bang.
So yeah, we're having what he's showing again matches here perfectly. Then we're looking at the match here and the collar itself. So like usually it usually they come with a collar, but they're made to be able to slip onto any collar that you like.
So what is that? The K9 handler. They need to get better names of this shit. Yo, the handler. Come on, bro. There should be a white serial number that doesn't have a protruding. It's more on the inside. So it would be indented with some serial number or some sticker on the inside, right? But in the one shown on a song, which is the same one, it has nothing. Why? Tape.
So you took them out.
Tape. And especially with the difference in level.
I think it's both. I think he took the prongs off and then taped over it.
And the shade of black and the shadow, there's an overlaid on top, perhaps. Regardless what you say, it doesn't matter what you say, that at least shows a level of tampering between one VOD to the other. That's irrefutable proof that regardless what you think, it's irrelevant.
Got him!
That at least shows a degree of tampering from one day to the other, where the color was either removed or altered because it blinks on the left side on his hand, but on the right on the dog, because it was interchanged or moved.
This guy is, he needs to be locked up. He's a danger. Calling a shock collar an educator is so sadistic, it's normalizing abuse. It's not painful, it's education. I mean, that's just like a classic marketing strategy. Essentially, they will advertise all.
Yeah, they call them e-collars now.
But there is a shocking dog feature or something like that, because they know it's messed up. And in fact, a shocking dog is considered cruel,
Banned in Austria, Denmark, England,
in many countries it's
Finland.
Actually banned as well. Even a lot of trainers will say not to do it, except Hasan's trainer, as we'll get to later in this video from Lacey. Lacey reveals that his dog trainer, who also trains Kaya, asked him if he wanted to use an e-collar. E-collar is synonymous with shock collar.
Yeah, Chad, my dog does go to the same.
So again, this is yeah. So that's what you're saying. My dog goes to the same trainer.
Use an e-collar. E-collar is synonymous with shock collar.
Yeah, Chad, my dog does go to the same trainer as Hasan, but he asked me if I wanted to use an e-collar, and I said no. Like when he first trained Milo, like a few months ago, he asked if I wanted to use the e-collar, and I told him no.
Anybody who's not a Hasan fan sees it.
Don't? Yeah, no, I told him that. I think, what's it called? I think using an e-collar on dogs is just like, bro, you could train a dog to do things without using a shock collar.
Now, again, I will say for the millionth time, there are absolutely appropriate uses for both shock collars and prong collars. The issue is that Hasan did not use it properly.
Interesting. So now we know that Hasan's dog trainer is willing to use shock collars, and Lacey actually rejected it, but the implication is that Hasan actually went with it. I mean, he has admitted to owning one in the past. Why own one if you don't actually use it, right? Hasan also appears to defend other people using shock collars, right? So a lot of this evidence is sort of adding up and not looking good for our client, Diddy Piker. Moving on to this clip where Hasan talks
So this is the actual
about his dog trainer, and they mentioned shock collars.
I have the best trainer in San Diego. Oh yeah. His name is Pat. You send him for 2
You train my dog too.
And my dog.
Brian.
You sent him for 2 weeks?
2 or 3 weeks. You have to, bro.
What does he get trained to do?
To everything. Shock on, prong collar, shock collar.
So that's another, I'll run that back because you're talking about the shot collar, but that's another aspect of the type of training that I do. I'm coming into your home and working with your dog in your dog's environment. Depending on what it like, especially if you're just looking for basic obedience or help with barking or resource guarding or stuff like that, it is going to be typically better to be able to train in the environment that the dog knows, so that it's not like, oh, we're going on this trip and then we're coming back home and doing, you know, what we've always done. Again, that doesn't mean that board and train companies or trainers are bad. It doesn't mean that people who use shot collars are bad. Just like with guns, it's not the tool, it's how you use it.
Trying to do
Everything. Shot on, strong collar, shock collar.
He'll get training to like basically be off collar. Like you don't need to ever have a leash on him.
And again, red flag. It's not inherently bad. It's not inherently bad to train a dog to be off leash, but there's so few uses for it.
Really? You know Kaya?
I'll finish that up. There's so few uses for it that it is typically more of a status symbol. That I get to say my dog is off leash, or I get to walk down the street without my dog on a leash. And like, it's bad enough when the dog is actually trained. But I had a friend who had a pit bull and would just do it, would just walk without a leash. Now, of course, he was beating the shit out of this dog, so the dog was scared as fuck of him. But like, the dog wasn't trained in any manner. So it just takes one bird, one squirrel, one other dog, and you know, then they get run up on. Morty had issues with other dogs for a while because I was living in a place where it was in a small neighborhood, but there was a lot of people that would just kind of let their dogs out on the front yard, which is not as bad as going on a walk, but still let them out on the front yard that's not fenced in, and then we would be walking around the block, and they see Morty and they come and rush up on us. And it's like, I'm trying to have Morty have better experiences with dogs so that he's not so afraid and defensive and aggressive. But if this is all of his interactions with other dogs, then you're fucking shit up for me. It was years before I felt comfortable with Morty meeting other dogs. I used to just, he's not good with other dogs. It's not that he's not good with other dogs. It's that he got the repetition that every time a dog is here, they're running up on me. He said, I'm watching how it works on YouTube. Ouch. Well, I mean, again, that's not the way that it's supposed to work, is that it's meant to be a tap on the shoulder. And say, hey, you're doing the wrong thing, or hey, you're going too far. But that's it. Not, how dare you go too far? So again, there are absolutely appropriate ways to use these tools. Hasan did not do that.
You don't need to ever have a leash on him.
Really? You know Kaya?
My dog?
Cooking with Kaya?
No, my dog.
Oh,
Cooking with Kaya.
She's very well trained.
Interesting. So this was Hasan's trainer, and apparently they specialize in everything, including shot collars. Very, very interesting indeed. There seems to be a lot of, as Hasan would say, corroborating evidence. Let me know what you guys think. Here we got a Hasan fan. She clips her paw. It's very obvious.
Is it though?
You are willfully dumber than a dog. That's
projection. What do you expect with Hasan fans? Quality Elmer Rumble said, we should get some Fox News babes in here because you are being fair and balanced. Well, thank you.
you guys. He's talking to you guys, right? If you choose to believe this and care more about imagining the suffering of a single animal than millions of Palestinians, obviously, Hasan mistreating his dog is about Palestine, guys. It's about Israel and Palestine. In fact, Asmongold responds, you guys really need to stop invoking Palestine every time someone you like gets criticized. It doesn't help you, and it certainly doesn't help the Palestinians. It has nothing to do with the topic, and you're effectively using their suffering as a shield for bad behavior. And before it was a meme, like, oh, he always brings up Palestine and Israel, Palestine. They are literally, they operate like this. They see it in their cereal. They see it in the mirror. They see it on their toothbrush. Oh my God, Palestine, Israel, everywhere.
And let's hop a little bit to what Asmund is saying.
A little bit of karma for Hasan and his goon squad justifying calling CPS on Ethan's kids, right? Moving on to Hasan's face.
Yeah, exactly. I was saying this before, Behave, that if, so again, my company is all positive philosophy, so I'm not even allowed to suggest a shot collar or a prong collar, but, people get frustrated and they're like, well, I bought this and I think I'm going to use it. And so then it becomes irresponsible if I'm like, well, I'm not going to teach you how to use it properly. And first step one is I put it on me. I put it on me, and I put it on my wrist and show that, like, okay, it's just supposed to be. I'll turn it up to where I could just barely feel it. Then they have to put it on themselves as well, so that they can feel, oh, this is what I'm doing. And you can see that just like the same kind of static shock that you would get from a balloon, that's enough to get your attention. That's the only purpose of the shock. It is not supposed to be a punishment. It is supposed to be a mode of communication.
Squad justifying calling CPS on Ethan's kids, right? Moving on to Hasan's favorite person, Asmongold. He's now talking about why this is the main issue everyone is so mad about.
Jesus. It's amazing how much people are concerned about pets and much less about humans. So it's not actually amazing whenever you think about the logic of empathy.
Yeah, they're helpless.
So in the same way that if a person is making fun of or abusing someone with Down syndrome, for example, or somebody who's disabled, everybody will collectively get together and be like, what the fuck's wrong with you? You shouldn't do this. This is terrible, right? And it's because it's seen as predatory behavior because it's not on an even playing field. And so I think that animals are seen, in the same spectrum as that. And so because people see it same as like a kid or somebody disabled or whatever, it's seen as predatory abusive behavior. So the reason...
Oh, he turned. But again, he was facing away from the camera, so I can't exactly see. But it seemed like, let's say we flip it around, and we did have a camera behind him. And if I was facing this way, and Morty's over here, like I'm talking to you guys, and Morty's back here. What it seemed like he did was when he turned, it wasn't like are you okay? It didn't seem like that. It was like, why are you walking in place? That's what it looked like. Again, speculation. Definitely speculation. I can't see through his head. But I know people, and I know dogs.
Or whatever, it's seen as predatory abusive behavior. So the reason why I think that, there's so much empathy and so much people that are upset about this is because they see the way an animal is treated. And I think there's also a pretty big indicator, this is a very, very commonly held belief that people who are abusive to animals will become abusive to people as well. Everybody knows the old thing of serial killers start with animals and then they move on to people, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, people who mistreat animals are some of the worst people on the planet, scumbags who everyone unanimously hates and probably deserve to rot in jail. Now, am I surprised Hasan is actually a piece of shit? Not really. I mean, it's pretty well documented he's a scumbag.
All right, so there's one other thing that I want to show you before we get to the other thing. I just want to make sure, let's see, what is he's saying here?
It's impressive. He should win a prize for this.
The reason why she's not allowed to roam inside of this room, with the exception of stretching or getting up, getting down, drinking water, things like that, is because she likes to lay on the ground. When she lays on the ground, that's terrible for her fucking joints. Every single thing that I do,
so shock her,
with this dog is either with a professional dog trainer or with a vet.
Except in the situation that we just saw while you were sitting there by yourself. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, professional dog trainer or a vet. A lot of people don't understand how serious this is to take care of your dog, how important it is to make sure that you have proper activity, proper socializing, and to make sure that your dog gets out.
And make sure that they shock the dog and all that stuff. So, let's a couple more things here. A couple more things. So again, the same picture. And you can clearly see the tape.
Are you?
You can clearly see the tape. There is no question that there is tape here. Then we also talked about how you can take out both the metal part and the cover so that it could be flat. We saw the holes. We see the tape. What is the argument? What is the argument? And shout out to Adam. He actually reminded me that last week, Morty, for whatever reason, he likes to lick the floor, and between his shedding and my hair, there's just hair all over the place. So he tends to have hack up hairballs like a cat. And so it's not anything crazy. He's not sick. It's just and then he throws up. He was right over here. I stopped the whole show just to make sure he was okay. Not because I'm an amazing person, but because I'm a normal person. Because it kind of suffers from joint pain, so he will shock her because it's okay. Fucking psychopath.
Bingo.
Yep.
Fucking kidding me? If it's
Hey, shout out to more Gauss Hammer over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Said liked and shared. Oh my goodness, thank you so very, very much. You guys know how much that really, really does help. It doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you share. Just by telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you so much and welcome to the party.
Oh man. Are you fucking kidding me? If it's found out that he's taping or obstructing this in any way, he 100% shocked the dog. Why?
I mean, what is the question? What is the question? And again, people say, oh, it's a doctored image. They turned up the brightness and down the contrast. Nothing in this photo does not exist. It's just a better look at what is in the photo.
Would you do that? Why would you do that?
Damn, 12 hours off stream. This was the best Hasan could come up with.
Here he is again, just frustrated at his dog moving.
Let's blast off far left himbo back, defund police and base socialist mayor, Mom Donnie for mayor, comrade Hasan, blah, 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 all this stuff. Shh. Hey. Boba, couple times. Hey, Kaya, place. I don't even know why I try to do this. I don't even know why I try to do.
I don't either. What are you trying to do?
The stream. This is crazy.
It's crazy, guys. I don't even know why I stream. I should just quit streaming. My dog wants to move. This is so annoying. Can you believe what I have to deal with? A living, breathing creature wants to take a step. How disgusting. What a spoiled baby. Hasan.
All right, and there's so there was an update. I just want to get so here I'll just play the recap for if you are just joining us, and there's a piece at the end here where he's bullshitting, and then we're gonna talk about black fatigue.
Welcome back to a series so electrifying, even Hasan's doggo subscribed. In today's video, Hasan is very angry at Penguin Zero for calling him out for mistreating and allegedly shocking his dog. He's calling him a Reddit grifter who does no fact-checking and just goes with the popular narrative. He's somehow blaming this on Israel-Palestine. He's absolutely panicking, trying to message Charlie in private to delete his video on him. Asmongold has responded, calling him out. Hasan is now blaming all of this on racism. Like clockwork, he brings up Destiny. A disturbing video has surfaced of Hasan allegedly yanking a dog's tail and threatening its life. More people are cross-examining the Hasan footage like the CIA. Reddit mods are deleting any mention of Hasan, trying to suppress the story. Aiden Ross is calling out Hasan, saying to put the collar on him instead. Snigo has jumped in, doing a Hasan skit, and a bunch of more updates. Subscribe to free Kaya from the clutches of Diddy Piker.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Now,
All right, so again, just a quick recap. If you weren't here from the beginning, I just want to get the basic facts out there, and then a couple things from this video, and then black fatigue.
quick recap for the newcomers. Hasan is getting canceled now for mistreating his dog, allegedly shocking it after it dared to move from its tiny seat. Here's a clip.
It's the same reason as to why America.
Again, look at the notion. Look at the connection between the Yelp and then immediately into the down cowering position.
Kaya, please just fucking go. Just stop.
Now,
Immediately.
a day after, he tried to show the potential shock collar in question, claiming it's only for vibration.
This is the one that people are talking about. It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it.
Absolutely nobody believed him, including Master Detective XUC, who apparently debunked everything, and Penguin Zero, who absolutely cooked Hasan like a well-done steak.
You have all these people saying this shit, it's not true. Well, it takes like actually 3 seconds just to unclip that collar and just show like, hey guys, I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea here. This is not a shock collar. Look, here's what it is, and then explain it. And the fact that he doesn't is odd. Like, it is very peculiar. Given how annoyed you are with the dog, and right before she yelps out in pain, you roll your eyes, you look at something off screen, you clearly are, like, you are reaching off screen, that is very clear, and then the dog yelps while you were still annoyed.
There's the AirTag. There's the fucking vibrator.
Real? Like, is he telling the truth? Like, you could have swapped it out. You could have changed out the previous model with one that doesn't have shocking capabilities. It does seem like there's definitely tape. I've seen this picture floated around a lot.
And that brings us to today. Hasan is very mad.
All right, so there's a bunch of updates that are kind of similar, but I just want to jump to the commentary before we get to black fatigue. Yeah, right. That it should. It should. That's literally the evolutionary purpose behind that Yelp. That is in the same way that a baby crying is supposedly supposed to be the worst sound to human ears. There's a reason.
Hasan to say he wanted Moist Critical to contact him privately.
LA streamer is pissed that Moist Critical didn't message him before dropping his video. I think that this really makes Hasan look bad if that's actually what this clip is. But let me actually just watch the clip before I make a decision.
Bro, he said you're abusing Kyle. Like, no way. Yeah, I mean, if he thinks that he can.
He didn't say that. He said it looked that way, and even you said it looked that way. Why are you getting mad?
Weird how quiet he was about literal pedophilia in certain communities.
What are you talking about? What? What?
And it took him 2 years to fucking come out and be like, yeah, the genocide is happening and it's really fucking bad.
What are you talking?
Charlie didn't talk about genocide, therefore I should be able to shock my dog?
What? About? Like, he doesn't make commentary about politics? What is this?
Charlie's been on a good streak lately. He genuinely cares about dogs. He talks about how much he cares about dogs and pets all the time. So do I. Dumb.
You know, like a normal person. And then what does he say?
Charlie's been on a good streak lately. He genuinely cares about dogs. He talks about how much he cares about dogs and pets all the time. So do I, dumb f. That's
Do you know?
the reason why I'm that's the reason why I'm fucking annoyed. He could just like
Yeah.
unironically reach out and be like, hey, what's going on here?
I think that him saying that is actually kind of bad.
Kind of bad. It's very bad. Yeah, he puts on clips and the chair react. It's a meme in and of itself. Still pays more attention to his stream than the health of his dog. It is just a prompt. Prop.
Why would Charlie listen to Hasan rather than what he saw? What additional information could Hasan provide Charlie? And also,
Oh, it's a dog-turned photo. Oh.
if there is information that Hasan would only provide Charlie, but not the public, why is that? What would that even possibly be? Like, what are we doing here?
Quality says a baby crying is one of the worst sounds to the human ears, second only to a woman talking. Good one.
Okay, I'm gonna DM him. Gross. Fucking moron. All right, whatever.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm going to DM him. Jesus Christ. If you were able to give Charlie evidence, you should have shown it. Pressured Ludwig to take down a video on him when she mildly criticized Hasan. I wonder how long Hasan can maintain his influence over normie content creators. I think that the reason why normie content creators kowtow to it is because they don't want Hasan's audience to call them pro-genocide pedophiles. It's because...
Yeah, I don't care about that, so call me whatever mean names you want, but I'm gonna call it like it is.
They don't want to just be slandered and lied about by an audience of people that are just ravenous liars with absolutely no consideration for the truth. And they will just openly lie and libel and slander you with literally no regard to what's real and dox you. Yes, exactly. Like they're getting bullied. Like they don't want to deal with that in general.
I mean,
Bully me, bitches!
absolutely spitting facts here. As someone who extensively covers Hasan, I can confirm this is exactly what Hasan fans do. The second you say anything negative about him, even if it's 100% true, the slightest bit of criticism, you are branded as a far-right MAGA Nazi grifter PDF file Israel dick rider genocide supporter who is probably a valid military target. And
Let's see what some of the internet is saying about this video.
your friends,
Different video of more dog abuse.
we're homies. You should have just called me. Shut the fuck up, you manipulative piece of shit. I don't
Yeah, he's trying to act like, well, we're friends. I've talked to you one time before, Charlie, so you should take your video down. It's like, bro, main character syndrome.
care if you're my friend. If this was my best friend and they're freaking like shocking dogs, and later we'll see he even yanks the tail of a dog as well, which is blatant, like undisputable abuse as well. So yeah, I'm not gonna pull any punches there. I'm obviously gonna criticize you. It's like if you find out your friend is a PDF file or a terrorist supporter. It's like some things are simply unforgivable. Remember like 2 weeks ago when Hasan claimed he contacted people behind closed doors? It's not some kind of secret. He's sketchy and makes the defenses of him look sketchy. They're 90% broke brain BS. Talks about how he asked streamers behind closed doors to fight back against Trump. And by the way, when he means fight back against Trump, he's not talking about politics here. He means fight back against people like Asmongold and people like Ethan who are criticizing him, which
It's so pathetic.
is like he will try to make this entire issue about Israel-Palestine, and we'll get to a very funny segment later where I made the exact prediction. Shocked dog, Hasan. Why would Israel do this? Penguin Zero, I think you shouldn't shock your dog. Hasan's community on their way to justify the unjustifiable. We're surprised a guy who openly fantasizes about murdering his political opponents also abuses animals. Yeah, I feel like this is pretty easy to tell. He's pissed that he didn't obey him like Jellywig did. Also, I find it interesting. No response from Jellywig at all. At least a tweet, bro. I don't expect the video because he quit his channel, sure. But like a tweet? This is your friend. Like a couple days ago, he met up with him at this event outside as well. But no, can't say anything, guys. We share the same politics. There's some Hasan chatters in my chat. Hasan, if the dog bolts, it gets the vote, Spica. Moving on to Hasan claiming this is all because of racism. That's right, guys. Apparently, people hate him because he's brown. Once
The big cope. The big cope.
again, and not
The
because he's
woke
mistreating his dog.
cope.
Schrodinger's Turk strikes again. Hasan calls out all the Beckys clamoring over Colorgate. That's what they're calling this whole issue.
Colorgate? What color is relevant here?
I feel like this shit is racialized. They just assume you did that shit because you're brown. In my opinion, white people's racist perception of brown people towards their dogs. I think, there is definitely an Islamophobic tint that I've noticed where people are like, of course he does that. He's Muslim.
Actually, I do. I'm glad that I didn't skip over this because there was a number of people on TikTok who were saying, exactly that. Oh, he's Muslim. Oh, he's Turkish. This is exactly what it is. Nah. You ain't getting that passed. You ain't getting that passed. You live in America. You are Americanized as fuck. You know exactly, number one, how people think about treating dogs. You've seen John Wick, at least one of them, and you know exactly why you're covering all of this bullshit because of what people think. So I don't think it's, I think it's woke. I think it's the woke right people saying, "Oh, well, of course he's a Muslim. Oh, of course he's a terrorist." Well, I mean, he is a terrorist, but of course he's a Muslim. Of course he's a Turk. So that would no, that is woke bullshit. He did this because he's a bad person and a dog abuser, and no other reason. He doesn't care. That is the reason. It's sigils. I bet he'd be like, well, technically, did you know the inventor of a shock collar was Jewish? I wouldn't be surprised.
Definitely an Islamophobic tint that I've noticed where people are like, of course he does that. He's Muslim. Muslims don't care.
He's Turkish, so he gets to play that whenever he wants. But that's what the Indian dude whose video this is. That's what he's talking about. The semantic obfuscation when it helps him to be brown or a minority, then he uses that. But he's very clearly white passing, as they would say. So Schrodinger's Turk.
Homophobic tint that I've noticed where people are like, of course he does that. He's Muslim. Muslims don't care about their dogs, and it's like, listen, Becky, I fucking care about my dog a lot better than you do.
I don't think you do. But you've given him the platform to get, in this position and get him off his back foot. Don't make it about race. Not everything's racism. That's wokeness, whether you're on the right or the left.
Dumb fuck. You let your little cockatoo fucking shit and piss everywhere and also jump on people and bite them. And then the ASPCA actually does have to kick in and take your little cockatoo away from you. Okay.
Who is he talking about?
Or whatever, Maltese, poodle, whatever kind of fucking bird-like dog you have that you didn't even fucking train, and you're over here talking shit. Jesus Christ, dude. People that don't train their dogs, people that don't even have fucking dogs, that don't understand how any of this stuff works, literally making up their own minds and being like,
true, but I own a dog and I'm a professional trainer, and a lot of people's initial reaction is spot on.
oh, I would do it differently. Okay, well, I'm doing it
I would do it differently. I do it differently. I teach people for a living to do it differently.
in the best possible way that anyone could do it. And not only that, but you're also fucking inventing an alternative reality where I'm like electrocuting my dog or something.
Projection. No, you are creating a world where you didn't shock your dog. We all saw it.
Some shit, psychos. This is quite personal. It's like telling a parent is abusive towards his kids. No wonder you'd be pissed. I know.
Okay, first off, I gotta completely clear up that bullshit. Plenty of professional dog trainers have commented on the situation, and they agree that you mistreated your dog. In fact, people with 20 years of experience have personally contacted me and reached out to me, giving more and more details, and they also agree that you were being cruel to your dog.
And again, so this is what I was talking about before. Behave with the stare. He turned around, so we can't see his face, but I would bet money that when he turns around, it was more of a no. That's the face that you want when you're concerned about somebody or something that means so much to you.
There. Also, Hasan will try to, fool you guys into this mass fucking psychosis of believing everything he says. But luckily, we actually have eyes and ears. The average person is not a brain-rotted Hasan fan, and he's not going to be able to gaslight his way out of this one, right? Because people not in my community or Asmongold's community or Hasan's community or even critical, regular random normies are coming in and they're seeing a man mistreat his dog and they're getting very angry at that. It has nothing to do with politics or us versus them or anything. Also, this guy keeps crying about racism. Now, sure, there's probably some people out there saying unhinged shit, but they are usually disavowed. He always does this shit. He picks the one.
And exactly. I put someone who was agreeing with me. Yeah, Hasan is a bad person. It's probably because he's Turkish. I made a whole video about that. I mean, on TikTok, but I made a whole video saying, no. I'm not playing that game. That is what the wokies do.
Or two people who take it too far, and then he brands everyone else's criticism as that. And most people are just mad at you mistreating your dog. They don't care about race, religion, skin color, anything like that. But of course, this is a classic case of what I have coined as Schrodinger's Turk, where Hasan will, use the brown card. Whenever it is convenient to him, he will shapeshift from white to brown, and it's just ridiculous, dude. Stop doing this. You're an embarrassment. He really...
Again, real quick, notice how you can see my thing. Couple more clips coming before Black Fatigue in the chat. And it's not on StreamYard. Just the game they play.
He thinks he can treat this like a political opinion where he can try to gaslight people based on ignorance when he doesn't understand a ton of more people have an understanding of pet care in Animal A. Now, it turns out people actually try to ask Hasan just the model of the color so they can disprove all of this. Just give people the model of the color so they can shut the freak up, Hasan. And this person has been banned, has been timed out. So you're not even allowed to question this, which is a perfectly valid question that would actually help you if you just told people what color it is, exactly where you bought it from, exactly what setting it was on, everything. Instead, you show it with your hand, you block it a little bit, you drop it down immediately. and then there's like, if you change the brightness, you can see the tape on it. It's crazy, dude. Now, it wouldn't be a Hasan stream without him bringing up Destiny. Like clockwork,
I honestly, I don't even care about that. Well, all right, fine.
Hasan ponders why Destiny scandal didn't get the same amount of attention as his.
Oh my God. I forgot about this.
Yeah, it is kind of wild that like Destiny in a court of law, in official court documents, was outed as procuring child material, and it didn't even get a fucking fraction of the interest of people claiming falsely that I'm like fucking abusing my dog.
Well, number one, that's because we already fucking knew that. And number two, we didn't see it with our own eyes.
Stupid.
I don't know why. I just have the tendency to basically bring out Pizzagate style conspiracies, even amongst normies in general.
Yeah, I'm just like so fucking cool like that.
Yes, even the normies don't like you, Hasan. I wonder why. Almost like the average person.
Right, so let's go. Old clip of Hasan Piker telling dog to stay, or I'm going to fucking kill, and pulling it by the tail.
A dog to stay, or I'm gonna effing neck you, and pulling it by the tail resurfaces.
Motherfucker, come here.
There's audio.
Stay. If you run right now, I'll kill you. Like, I'll actually kill you, okay? In front of everyone. Stay.
Pulling by the tail can cause damage. A dog's tail is the expansion of the spine made of vertebrae, muscles, and nerves. Pulling a tail can cause painful injury, including nerve damage. Who pulls a dog by their tail? What the frick is wrong with him?
Oh, so many things. And here's the other thing. I'm not going to act like oh, Liberty. I'm not gonna act like I don't get frustrated with Morty, that I don't say fucking wild shit to him because he doesn't fucking understand English. So that's on itself, by itself, in a vacuum, saying, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking do this to you." Add in the pulling the tail, and that is a different story.
Future Pegasus here. It seems like it's a real clip. The original clip where Hasan pulls his dog tails and threatens it has been found on his channel. Wonder how long until it gets removed. And yeah, I'm just not gonna play this, but yeah, that's undeniable evidence that Hasan mistreats his dogs. SUC responds, "This is fake. You can clearly see the dupa get stuck in the grass, so he had to pull on its tail, bro." 6 years ago, 181 replies. Like, come on. I only killed the person 6 years ago. Here we got Google saying, "No, pulling a dog by its tail is never okay because it can cause serious injury, including damage to the spine, nerves, muscles, and even affect the ability to urinate or defecate. Dog's tail is an extension of the spinal column, making it vulnerable to trauma from pulling. It is cruel, lead to the dog lashing out with a bite, and children should always be taught not to do it. Ahead of the sequence of time in the universe, I've entered a 6th dimension, and have patience, and in due time, you will know that I was right all along." And I feel like it must be an amazing experience to be a Pegasus fan. Like, you just win every argument every single time. It's absolute cinema. It's amazing. You're on the right side of history. Congratulations. Subscribe, smash like, comment below. Cinema. Being against animal mistreatment is equal to far right. I think the only people more regarded than Hasan are his fans. What Kaya sees before Hasan gives her a bath and we got a toaster. Oh, my bad. It was Israel who shocked the dog, guys. Just blame it on Israel. I did not have electrical relations with that dog. Ethan responds, laughing emojis. "Bro, this one was all you. You can't blame Mossad or Hasbara this time." Dude, I don't know. Like, it was a meme that he blames everything on Israel, but it's not a meme anymore.
It's really common true. So, anything else that we missed here? Let's see. I think that it looks like there's one more clip here.
LA-based streamer shows off his canine companion necklace. Streamer explains why his pet is not allowed. It's absolutely crazy the level of propaganda actually going on here. Like, just accept that your favorite streamer is a piece of shit, man. Oh my god. Why do Redditors go to such lengths to protect the image of Hasan? I wonder if they would do the same if a similar controversy happened to Asmongold or Tectone. Oh no, they would be run off the internet immediately. In fact, it would be signal boosted. Hasan would be on FBI mode, obviously, and then he'd tell all of his journalist buddies to write articles about it as well.
So the one last thing, not even a video, just a tweet. Does anybody know the rule of thumb for how, excuse me, for how tight the collar on your dog should be? This is let me close the. Oh, I was gonna say, let me close those messages with Rob Knorr coming on the channel on Wednesday. Hit subscribe. But yes, does anybody know the rule of thumb to determine how tight to make your dog's collar? I feel like this is a pretty widely, widely held thing, but it's my job, so I don't know. Does anybody know specifically what the rule of thumb is? How you would tell, oh, is this collar too tight? Is this harness too tight? Or no, it's good. I'll give you guys a second. Does anybody know? Before I play that, let's see what is coming up after we see this last clip.
Term black fatigue. Mm-hmm. You guys know what that means?
Since the last time you came, that's become a thing.
Yeah, I was about to say that's just become a recent thing.
And do you know what it means?
I'm not sure.
I'm going to ask that. White people are 12 times as likely to be killed by a black person than the other way around. I'm just going to shoot you straight. It's not even close.
Where?
Across the country.
Ain't nobody coming after you. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody tripping on you. But these people in just as scared as the other folks.
They are if they get on a bus.
Not necessarily.
They are if they get on a train.
That lady wasn't in danger because that man was black. That lady was in danger because that man was crazy.
Nope.
Whenever we want to ask for equality and fairness, it's a problem. So white America.
So it's been several $1 trillion. When is it enough?
Where's the bird?
No.
Somebody, I mean, we about to get into this, but I know at least one of you has some idea. Give me one guess. What is the rule of thumb for collars tightening?
You're not stopping white America from doing anything. You know what? The bird just burned down $4 billion worth of cities and 60,000 assaults.
There's 3 times to 4 times as much homework than the black kid, and the white kid does 2 to 3. Why?
Because it's culturally, it's conditioned.
Exactly.
So why is it better parenting from Asians than white parents? Why?
You said what?
Why are we having real talk? Why do young black men fight in packs?
Yeah, damn. Nobody's got a guess? Come on. I know one of you could take a guess. So I'm going to give you a second, and we'll do this. If you guys are enjoying the show, the party rages on 24/7 over in our Discord. The link is pinned to the top of the chat and is absolutely free to join 24/7. We're in there hanging out, having a great time. And guys, it is absolutely free. However, if you are a member of this channel here on YouTube, you can scroll right below that video and hit that join button. Starts at $2.99. There's a few different tiers, but $2.99 will get you in. It gets you members only live streams here on YouTube, all that other good stuff. But it opens up the full Discord server. So we've got the free chat that is open to anyone. Anybody can join and talk. But as you can see, that is just one of our channels. There's a bunch of different channels here, including our disciple chat for members only, our word of the day watch party, where we're talking about all this stuff. And of course, we have the voice channel here, where we are hanging out at this moment. Shout out to everybody in the Discord, in the after party server. Say hello and tell them to come and join.
Hello, come and join.
There you go, guys. Simple as that. See you there. And remember, guys, that after party that you saw, as well as the rest of the server, is for members only. We do have the free chat that you can join. But if you click that link at the top of the chat, the free chat, then you get to come in and have a day pass where you can hang out in the after party and see what is good. And, if you like it, then cool. If not, then no love lost. So nobody's going to give me a guess. Nobody's going to give me a guess on the rule of thumb for a collar's tightness. What that is. What do we got? Yeah, Morgan Sammer said the dog keeps passing out. It's probably too tight. Okay, that's a good one. But nobody wants to get this on. 2 fingers. You should be able to fit 2 fingers in between the collar and the dog. You should be able to wiggle, just like you should be able, just like that. You should be able to put 2 fingers and do that. If you can't do that, then the collar is too tight. So what do we have here?
And now it's mainstream. I love her.
Oh, let me block that. So we have this I don't even know who this is. Petting Kaya.
Mainstream. I love her. I think her collar is too tight.
Mid-sentence.
Well, it's here we get.
You have to be able to get 2 fingers, and I couldn't even get one. I think
couldn't even get. He thinks this makes it better, but I'm telling you, it makes it worse.
I think you're choking her.
She's like, it's she has a lot of neck meat.
So if there's a lot of neck meat, then it should be easy to move the meat out of the way and get your finger in. So that means it's even tighter. Morty, Morty, I'm going to use you. Come here, Bubba. Come here, my Bubba. I know they're not feeding you, but we're going to use you anyway. So, dogs have like their scruff, right? Right. And so there's a lot of extra stuff here. And so if something is tight on here, then I can, if it's up here, I'll be able to move his skin around because there's a lot of it. And so with all that skin, if I still can't get 1 finger in between the collar and the dog, then you're choking the dog. I mean,
choking her.
She's like,
You have to be able to get 2 fingers, and I couldn't even get one. I think you're choking her.
she's like, it's she has a lot of neck meat.
We love Morty.
And now it's made.
Oh, it's a lot of neck meat. A lot of neck meat. What, did your professional say that or the vet? Which one said that? Nothing I do is out the instruction of a professional, whether it's a professional trainer, the best there ever was, or a vet. One and the stink, baby! So, I mean, yeah, before we dive into that, I think I want to say again, there absolutely are ways to appropriately use the tools that are shock collars, aka e-collars, and prong collars. But in no scenario, like I think the best use for the shock feature is the invisible fence. So like if you have, let's say you live in a decent size plot of land and you don't really have a backyard, but you have a good front yard and you live like in a cul-de-sac or something. Using a specific example from a client. They lived at the back of the cul-de-sac, and so it was all wooded in the backyard, but they had a giant front yard, and then, not a lot going on because it's the end of a cul-de-sac. And so it makes sense to just have the door open and be able to let the dogs run around and do whatever. And so the invisible fence is a thing where it creates a barrier. And if you are wearing the collar and you cross the barrier, then it gives you a warning, and then it gives you a slight shock to let you know, don't do that. So that is a very appropriate use. But again, number one, you're using the level of shock as low as you possibly can. You are not trying to shock the dog because of punishment. You are not trying to create a fearful aversion. You're just trying to create a discomfort aversion. It's like, oh, I didn't like that. I didn't like that. So I'm not going to do that anymore. Not like, oh shit, that fucking hurt. Please don't do that again. Those are two different things. So there absolutely is a way to use these tools properly. But again, number one, you should never be using them to hurt the dog. And number two, you should be using them in a way that the dog understands what the messaging means. And the shock is a last-ditch effort where you have verbal commands. Then you have the beep. Then you have the vibrate. And then you go to the shock. And we saw that is not what happened. He shocked the fuck out of that dog because it didn't do what he wanted to do in the moment. That is not training. We talk a lot about how getting dogs exercise is good because the more energy they get out exercise and playing and stuff is less energy they're tearing up the house. A tired dog is a good dog. But that doesn't mean that, running the dog on a treadmill or something is a replacement for training the dog. Shout out to KFT, said Rob Saul plays with his dog's wiener. What was the question when you guys first rated? Somebody asked me a question about Rob Saul. Do you have any idea what that was? Because I didn't know what it was, but I was like, I'm gonna go with whatever, and you guys all loved it. Welcome to the party. KFC have two things: racism and stereotypes. Also, the touch and their wooden shoes. Well, speaking of which, we're about to talk about some racism. Because I'm such a crybaby. My biggest triggers are abuse and lack of empathy. Scares me to my core. You've seen both right there. Liberty said, if you're female, that's very healthy. You should be definitely be aware of men that with a lack of empathy. Well said. Well said. All right, guys. So that is my professional opinion on what happened with Hasan. He shocked his dog, not the first time, and he will do it again. We saw how he behaved when he knew that people were watching, so we can only guess how he treats that dog when nobody is watching. Guys, don't forget, Zippy has been the only one to feed Morty tonight. We're talking about, we love dogs and all of this. 99 cents gets him a treat. Where the fuck is the goddamn button? 99 cents gets him a treat, guys. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. I don't know. Sterling John fanboy who had been into jerking his dog off for medicinal purposes.
What? Oh, hell no.
Yeah. There's no medical purposes for that. I mean, if you're a vet and you're breeding or something, like, okay, but that's not like just a thing you do at home. All right, black fatigue, guys. What do we think about black fatigue?
So a couple of years ago, when I started Black and White on gray issues, I sensed some growing discontent, or more of a racial divide in America than I'd experienced in my lifetime, and it seemed to...
Oh yeah, I forgot. We're gonna just start with the filter. We're gonna start with the filter. 99 cents gets rid of the filter.
Be egged on by legacy media.
It's sad to see a lot of people going along with it.
The American people have felt safe in their home.
People who had absolutely no chance of victory.
Hate and racism towards black and brown people.
And as that evolved, and for the first time I walked into Stevie J's barbershop, I really was looking to sit down and talk with, but mainly listen to real black Americans.
And guys, you're gonna need the captions for this, so we should get rid of this filter.
Living the real American black experience to see whether they shared the viewpoints of a lot of the public representatives, the now networkless Joy Reids of the world, or back then the Don Lemons, what they wanted me to believe.
Morgell's Hammer said, hold on, Morgell's Hammer said, women are attracted to men with low empathy. Bingo. Unfortunately, and the filter is gone. Shout out to KFT with the $1.99. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. Of course, another treat for Morty, and that makes you the new co-sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much, guys. I know I'm not asking for much, but I know you guys are coming through. Thank you so very, very much, sir. The black fatigue is real. Bingo. Yup.
Joy Reids of the world, or back then the Don Lemons, what they wanted me to believe.
I realized that CNN and MSNBC were full of shit.
And overall, it was a largely warm, productive conversation. I think served its purpose. You can go check out that video to see what it was like. Fast forward to now, and not only have things not really improved, and according to many Americans, they're markedly worse.
Oh, he was like, fuck that. I am the sponsor now. I am the sponsor now. With the 99 cents. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. Of course, that now makes you the new sole sponsor of the stream. Oh my goodness, and again. See, this is the way to hit the goal, guys. Between all of you, it only takes $15. Give me these $1.99, these 99 cents. That's the way to do it. We don't need, somebody coming in and dropping a whole big thing. Thank you, brother. So very, very much. We got Stable Gable in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. You really got that I was talking to you on TikTok last night, right? I recognize the name. I don't know if it was in my YouTube comments or if it was TikTok, but either way, welcome, sir. Very good to see you. We were talking about all of that stuff, and my official opinion, as I was saying on TikTok, there are absolutely appropriate uses for shock collars and prong collars, but the way that Hasan did it was not that. And again, I'm trying to update the banner, and he's just going, keeping it rolling. Again. Oh, where's my applause? Thank you. Oh, my goodness. This is how we take care of the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much. All right, welcome, Stable Gable. Thank you again, KFT. Let's get back into it.
And not only have things not really improved, and according to many Americans, they're markedly worse. And if listening is important, I noticed that a lot of white Americans felt pushed to a point that they weren't even fully comfortable expressing. But for the most part, when they did, their communication was pretty restrained. And then it was dialed up to near boiling point with the recent cold-blooded murder of Irina Zarutska.
The unthinkable happens. You see Brown pull out what officials say was a pocket knife. He unfolds it, then stands up behind Zarutska. What we aren't showing you is the moment where Brown then stabs Zarutska several times and walks away.
And that murder taking place at the hands of a black man who was arrested at least 14 times.
14 times. Oh my goodness. That's one less time than we need KFT to come through with the super sticker again. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We are getting close. We are getting close. Where is that? That is 8 out of 15. We are past the halfway mark. 8 out of 15 and 11 out of $50, guys. I think we can do it. Don't forget, it's a peanut butter night. Let's get Morty that peanut butter.
Place at the hands of a black man who was arrested at least 14 times and released largely in the name of racial justice spurred a reaction from white Americans that, frankly, is unsurprising. And truth be told, for young white Americans is understandable, and it would be doing America no favors to completely ignore the discontent of young white Americans who, if you listen to them, definitely will make the case that they have been vilified and asked to foot the bill for original sin or crimes that they've never committed.
They owe each of us $300K. So I don't care how you get the money. That's not my problem. How you want my money? A debt is owed. You owe a debt. You have to pay.
And if you marginalize that entire segment, that voice of the country, that will lead to quote-unquote radicalization. And if this country wants to avoid that, or at the very least, as we've done in the past, understand that there needs to be a major course correction in the approach to communication. That needs to go both ways. And that's why this time, I didn't visit the barber.
Headed to the barber shop. And I'm sorry, everybody else, but we gotta stop the show. KFT is going wild, baby. Going wild with the $5 super sticker. StreamYard, we need to be able to see these things on the screen. I love these stickers. Oh, my brother. Thank you so very, very much, sir. And again, the new sponsor of the stream.
Shop, merely to listen, but to communicate a very real set of grievances that could bubble into massive consequences. This one goes a little bit of a different direction compared to last time. This is black and white on the gray issue.
I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna let this play a little bit since KFT was so generous before we get to more chats.
And that's Steven right there, the blue shirt.
Blue shirt? Oh,
Yes,
Steven. I met Cedric. I think I scared him. I think he was. Hey,
doing all right?
Yeah, man. How you doing? Good to see you. I need it. You guys all have your beards nice and right. I've never learned how to do this shit.
Because people come here.
Yeah, it's almost like it's their job, Crowder.
Oh, I see what it is. It's a power move. You have me sitting lower.
Yeah, so we can all look down on you.
No, thanks. Well, they said you guys got some people coming in here after the last one?
Yeah, a couple people came
They just
through.
felt like, I think this is the place where white and black people have conversations.
So it was funny. The first person that came last time was he said this out of his own mouth. He was like, I'm Indian, but he had on a MAGA hat.
That's me. Hey, shout out to definitely not Tukey. I don't know who you are, but definitely not Tukey with the 99 cents. Thank you so very, very much, guys. That is 10, guys. 10 out of 15. $5 more is all it will take. Thank you so very, very much, and definitely not Tukey. Welcome to the party.
And he walked in and was like, hey, I saw you guys on Crowder. Can I get a cut here? Yeah, I guess so, man. Come on.
Did you have your hand on your piece? You're like, I don't know if you come.
No, because he didn't come like that. He didn't have the backpack and the ski mask on. Yeah, he didn't have that on.
Was he nice? Was he good?
Cool.
Yeah. What do you guys think like when you see someone with a MAGA hat? Because I know we were kind of talking about that last time.
It depends on how they present themselves. To me.
Yeah.
For me.
Well, okay. So what would?
Okay, so that's a general case-by-case basis. I'm going to take this case-by-case.
Present themselves in a way that would be like decent versus piece of shit.
Yeah, some people carry that air of superiority.
Yeah.
And if you present that to me, I'm very conscious of that. If you present that to me, I'm gonna respond appropriately.
Yeah.
That's just me personally.
What would be like an air of superiority, like?
Just like certain things you say in conversation, and like you said, just in the physical nature of these chairs. Well, in conversation, you can physically go up and down and put yourself above or beneath. So when people do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that because I actually, when I do the change of minds and sit with people, I actually kind of slump my shoulders and deliberately kind of make myself smaller just to not, it's like, what is it, the crab that has the red under its claws is showing danger. So I don't wear red because apparently that signifies poison. But yeah, no, there's all these body language experts now. You watching TV and I'd like, this seems like horse shit. Like he looks to the left so you can tell he's lying.
Yeah, some of it is horse.
It's like, I saw him on camera. He killed his girlfriend with a butter dish. I don't give a shit what he says.
He took too long to say that answer. He had to think about it. No, he's thinking about what he wants to say.
Yeah.
He don't just spit out. He wants to think about what he's saying.
Last time we talked, we were kind of just, and the reason was just like, often you see in news, people just kind of siphon themselves off right into an echo chamber. And I thought it was good. We were just kind of able to see other perspectives. Where do you think the country is now? Like with that? Like,
is that
I'll answer that and saying I think we're at a point where there is the greatest possibility for change in race relations, at least since the 90s, maybe even better, because it's finally there is enough people, specifically black people, waking up to the fact that the Democratic Party is always what the Democratic Party has been. They're lying and they're using black people as a pawn, just like Hasan uses Kyle.
Open question? Yeah, race relations between, because last time I wanted to get your perspective, and there's a perspective now in the white community. None of us are an ambassador for the entire community, but things have changed quite a bit the last year and a half. Temperatures have gone up. But what do you guys think? What do you think we are in the community?
I'd like to chime in on that.
Yeah.
I'm happy you asked that question. There are a lot of social and economic dynamics at play that have certainly gone, in my opinion, in the wrong direction. I don't think that people really understand the gravity of where we're headed. We are vastly sliding into an autocratic regime here. And absolutely. I'll give you several reasons.
Oh, I thought he said 7 reasons. Like, damn, you got this ready to go. Let me just sorry to say this, but where I live has been completely taken over by Indians. I have Indian exhaustion. Literally been told I am refused an apartment because I'm not Indian. They won't even hire whites. Yeah, and well, thank you, sir. But it's the same concept. We're not talking about is everybody of this race inherently bad? We're looking at a correlation. We're looking at a pattern. We're seeing, hey, this is not something that we like. And it's not about whether it's Indians. It's not about being black. It's not about being white. It's about being different. This is why the assimilation is such a big fucking deal. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, behave with the big $20. Actually, let's give a bigger treat for that. And the first super chat on a live stream. Oh my goodness. Thank you so very, very much. I am honored. And Morty is very, very grateful as my microphone is falling apart. Thank you so very, very much. I gotta do the math, but I'm pretty sure that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much. Behave.
Regime here. And I'll give you several reasons. See, in order to have, you can't have a one-dimensional approach when you're wanting to continue to lead from a global perspective, all right? What you see here today is an isolationism approach, which has never worked in the past because we don't have an understanding of geography and history, all right? And I'll just simply close by saying, you got to understand something. The rest of the world is grossly infuriated with the way America has taken shape. And not only that, we're ceding all our best opportunities to China, right? Look around.
China. Shout it again to Behave, the new sole sponsor of the stream.
You in the relationships they're fostering with everybody else, which includes Canada, Mexico, and they've even gone as far down into the Latin American corridor, fortifying their bases while we're still hollering that we're the greatest.
You talking about China, like in the Panama Canal?
Not just the Panama Canal. Let's pivot from the Panama Canal and let's look at the long-term strategy they have now, where they just signed an agreement with Mexico to build another canal bypassing.
Gotta dap up the baby.
The Panama Canal. And when you look at the whole transatlantic corridor where you got now Brazil and Canada as well as Mexico trading, and they're stopping in Peru where China has a huge presence at, circumventing completely the navigation, the use that comes with having to use the Panama Canal. So we'll avoid conflict with America and just simply go around America is what's happening here.
Talking about China?
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I mean, I want to go with the first part, autocratic. I think China needs to be dealt with, and this is the first time we are. I was raised in Canada. Canada sucks. Canada is a dog shit country. Canada, the kind of shit we're doing, you can't do this in Canada. If you say something too offensive or I say something too offensive, you will be jailed in Canada. Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah. So I'm fine with the U.S. being the best country. I came here from Canada because, I have friends who were arrested. I have a friend, stand-up comic, was fined for telling a joke. I don't think people realize how good we have it here in this country compared to other countries. But
yeah, especially Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle, who were like, it's easier to speak here in Saudi Arabia, where I'm getting paid millions of dollars to speak to make everybody think that Saudi Arabia is not so bad, than it is to speak in America. Is it though? Bill Burr's like, I expected to land and they would have fucking, machetes and be screaming death to America. But they were nice. They were nice. They had a Starbucks and a McDonald's and a KFC and a Chili's. But also, he will spend half of his comedy podcast talking about politics at the most superficial level and how people, billionaires, need to be put down like rabid dogs because of the fact that they have money. I was very surprised. I don't know if it was you guys specifically, but I put out a poll when the Riyadh Comedy Festival, when people were starting to talk about that. And I was curious if you guys cared of the hypocrisy. Like, I don't really care if you're going to go and do all that stuff. Like, yeah, it's a shitty place. But if you're not spending most of your time being like, these people are bad, human rights are bad, we need to care about the gays, we need to care about women, and then you go and do that. It's like, what do you stand for? Absolutely nothing. Liberty says the superiority thing is literally just black insecurity. I feel bad for them. They're so brainwashed, they literally think we hate them all. Bingo. Yep. This made me feel like things are much worse, not better. Last time Crowder did this, it was much more rational. And this time they literally want to take money from children wearing gold chains. We're going to have to get to that. But let's not, these are definitely not all of the blacks. So I think in general, what I said, even if these specific black people are not, there yet, where they realize, the Democratic Party, their whole goal is to lie to black people to make it so that black people feel enslaved, pun intended, to the party. I think a lot of people even are waking up, even if these guys aren't.
That's the painstaking part about it all, is the fact that, I've always been one to say, and I believe this firmly, freedom is not a right. It's a privilege until you wake up the next morning and find out you don't have it anymore.
Nope. See, because a right is an entitlement, but that doesn't mean that your rights can't be trampled on. It is not a privilege. It is a right.
Yeah. It also comes with duties.
That's what I was about to say. It also comes with responsibilities, because while we...
Well, no, it doesn't. That's, to quote Andrew Wilson, a right is an entitlement absent a duty. You don't have to do anything to get your right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You don't have to do anything that. You are inherently endowed with that. Whether it's because you believe that is an inherent aspect of the universe, or you believe God gives you the rights, that is what makes it a right, and explicitly not a privilege. The Morgoth's Hammer said, the guys Steven's talking to seem cool. No individual black fellow is a firm representation of all black peeps. Yeah, that's what racism is. Hey, behave again with the $3. Thank you so very, very much. Out sponsoring herself, guys. Out sponsoring herself. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that brings us within $10 of the $10 of the goal. We are at 12 now. 12 out of 15. 12 out of 15. And $41 out of 50. Guys, I really want to get more of that peanut butter. Thank you. So very, very much our sponsor of the stream.
It comes with duties.
That's what I was about to say. It also comes with responsibilities, because while we free to...
No, right? I wish they would show it. Hey, shout out to Caucasian Sasquatch. Welcome to the party. Yeah, I was covering Hasan before, because I'm a professional dog trainer, so I felt like I kind of need to talk about that. But this is the type of conversation that I always want to have, but it's difficult because it's not an easy conversation, and it gets heated and not passionate, but overly passionate too quickly. There are a few people that can handle it, but I don't like going to those same people and always being like, well, hey, since you're black, can we talk about this black stuff? So it's difficult. We also got Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party. Oh yeah, I guess apparently you can't heart the sticker, but you can put behave in the chat. Our sponsor. Thank you so very, very much. Diving back in here.
That's what I was about to say. It also comes with responsibilities because while we free to speak and say what we want, and I went to Montreal a few months ago, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Bet you saw a lot of tits on signs. That's all it is.
No,
it's just strip clubs. Our Times Square is a giant strip club.
It was a couple of them.
Yeah.
But no, like there is responsibility, and like everybody's from different places, different backgrounds. Some of us from certain backgrounds know like running your mouth too much in a certain space can get your ass whipped.
Yeah.
Like.
Right, but that's a cultural thing, not a legal thing. I think we all understand that freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences. It's a cultural thing. That is a different concept than the legal aspect of free speech.
You're free to say what you want. You're just not free from the consequences. Like the consequences that come with you saying the wrong thing at the wrong time to the wrong person.
Yeah.
And that's where we all have responsibilities in what we say and when we say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but unfortunately, there's a lot of them. So if you want to be understood, you got to reach the lowest common denominator.
Yeah, the problem though, too, and I was kind of talking more domestically. The problem with that idea is a lot of people are offended by different things. Mm-hmm. And so people get their ass whooped for something they didn't say, right? That's the real thing. I don't know if you
or an acid milkshake.
Guys were following the stabbing there on that train in Charlotte, Irina Zarutska. Last time was
I need to know her name better. Irina Zarutska. I'm pretty sure that's the wrong spelling, but it'll help me out. Irina Zarutska.
Asking where you guys thought we were, you know, as far as in the country relation. Like, have you guys heard the term black fatigue?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You guys know what that means?
Since the last time you came, that's become a thing.
Yeah, I was about to say that's just become a recent thing.
And do you know what it means?
I'm not sure.
It's a term that's being used by people in the white community, by and large, again, saying,
I ain't white. I ain't one of you whiteys.
They feel like they've been victimized, and they're tired of taking that shit. You know, that was a girl who was dying alone in public, and that was a guy who was let out 14 times. 14 times, including violent crimes, in the name of racial justice, right? He didn't have to post bail. He didn't have to appear back in court. This is not the first time he's assaulted someone.
How do we know that was in the interest of racial justice as opposed to just being
because the judge said it.
A fucked up attempt at justice, period.
Yeah.
Like the legal system has its flaws. Yeah. And people have been making complaints about that for decades, right? But that's just, to me, that's a mental health thing more than it's a black and white thing.
Well, I'll tell you why, because white people are saying it now. Right. Not just, white people are saying, hey, we're in
makes it a bigger thing.
Well, because, you know, white people are 12 times as likely to be killed by a black person than the other way around. I'm just going to shoot you straight. It's not even close.
Where?
Yeah, damn.
Across the country.
Where? Like
in America. You know, in America. Morgoth's Hammer said, you are entitled to nothing from other people. Right. You have entitlements to what you can do with yourself. And then legally, we have entitlements from the government, but you don't have an entitlement to anything from any other person. Facts. Liberty said, even Canadians hate Montreal. That place sucks. Haven't been, but I've heard.
And not
the United States. I mean, we're not talking about Ghana.
And like, yeah. What I'm saying is, in white communities or in quote unquote so-called white communities
across the country, the rate is a black man or person, because most murders men. There are very few female murders. 12 times more likely to kill a white person the other way around.
Female murders, or female murderers?
Murders men. There are across the country, the rate is a black man or person, because most murders men. There are very few female murders. 12 times more likely to kill a white person the other way around. And then you look at the average amount of times that someone in this country is arrested before they're brought in for killing, charged with murder. Do you know how many times they're arrested on average before they murder?
I'm going to say 10. I'm going to say 10. Give me a number. Give me a number. How many times we have a murderer and they're arrested for a murder that they did commit? What is the average number of arrests that this person would have before that murder? I'm saying 10. I'm saying 10. What do you guys think? 80%. Well, no. How many times would they be arrested? Liberty says it's weird how you can be discriminated based on race if you're white, but if you say, hey, you shouldn't do this to my people group, you're automatically racist, even to the centrists and many on the right. That is wokeness personified. That is what wokeness has done to our society. That is why we need to push back against wokeness, whether it's on the left or it's on the right. We have our principles, and we lay those principles out, and we live by those principles. That's it. Morgoth said, I believe Karen McDougal crunched the numbers and said a white guy is 40 times more likely to be murdered by a black person than vice versa. Not sure if that's her name, but I remember being shocked. Like Kaya. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Let's see. How many times
Before they're brought in for killing, charged with murder. You know
nobody's got to guess. Nobody's got to guess. This is the second time I'm asking you motherfuckers for a question, and nobody's giving me an answer.
how many times they're arrested on average before they murder? 11 times.
I was close. I was off by 1.
Once again, the justice system's got its flaws, and people have been complaining about that for years. We spend more time trying to fix that than trying to complain about the white versus black of it all.
Okay, fair. Totally fair. The justice system is fucked. But if you're getting arrested 11 times, probably you did something, right? Yeah, Morgan Alzheimer said 5. 11.
Well, I think, just like I was trying to listen to all communities last time, I think this is something that's unavoidable. If this community, if enough white people get pissed off, they're going, look, we're living in New York now, we're getting killed in record numbers, or Detroit, 12 times the rate. And our system, 3 strikes in California, right? That was a 3-strike policy. The reason that was changed, they said it was racist. Crime went down in black communities 30%. But now people are looking at their cities going, this is a fucking hellscape. And the murder skyrocketed because people said in the name of racial justice, like 3 felonies, you're out.
Because crime is crime, right? But crime is usually going to be higher concentrated in areas where there's high poverty. So typically the areas that's high poverty in this country are areas with people with this color skin. So
Right, but it's not that because there is poverty that there is crime. It is the other way around. Crime invites poverty.
So that's why you're going to have that. That's why I said those numbers could be skewed and made to manipulate to look like, oh yeah, that's why I said
not 12 times the rate.
Well, between cooking with Kaya, if you know, you know. Cooking with Kaya, shock like Kaya. There you go. That's your start.
Made to manipulate to look like, oh yeah, that's why I said
not 12 times the rate.
In suburban neighborhoods, white people are not in danger, and that's what this kind of fear mongering tells them.
Wait, say that again.
Suburban neighborhoods, white people are not in danger.
Right, because white people in suburban neighborhoods are not committing crimes. That's why they're not in danger.
And that's what this kind of fear mongering tells them is.
Yeah, right. Did we lose him? I bet you he went over to the panel that we were doing last week. I do have. Speaking of which, I do have. I've never done this before, but the raid feature. So when this stream ends, there's going to be a link to another stream, the debate panel that I did the last 2 weeks. It's going to bring you there. So it's going to say the Indian Jesus has raided the chat. So if you go over there. Number 1, I need you to be nice and respectful because you're representing me. And number 2, that's it. That's it. But definitely go and check out what they're doing. But yeah, I would have thought Box has a lot to say here. But you know what? Let's check. Let's check. I bet you he's over there. I bet you. I bet you. Where is it?
Areas of things, it would be a lot less polarizing than
hey, do we see him in the chat?
At the end of the day, what attracts attention, what attracts people is what they're used to and what they're comfortable with, and what they're comfortable with is the polarized nature of ideological discourse in America, which has always been left and right. And so yeah, totally stands the reason that this would be the natural conclusion of things.
I don't know, but this is the panel there. Did he drop the link already? He dropped the link. Oh, that might be why. He might be backstage. I bet you he's there. I bet you he is there. So if you guys want to go see that after this, we're doing a raid. But of course, here, since you guys have been so amazing, the party rages on.
All things.
You're in danger because you're 12 times more likely to get killed by a black person. You live in fucking. Ain't nobody coming after you. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody tripping on you. But these people are just as scared as the other folks.
They are if they get on a bus.
Not necessarily.
They are if they get on a train.
That lady wasn't in danger because that man was black. That lady was in danger because that man was crazy.
Nope.
That man was.
Fair, but those are not mutually exclusive. So if let's say that we have 60% of the crime is done by black people and 20% of that 60% is mentally ill people. That is a fair and relevant thing to bring up, but it doesn't change the fact that the correlation exists. And then specifically with black fatigue, where it's not really a scientific, empirical thing, it's more of a personal attitude that people are sharing, then it is what it is, man. It is what it is.
mentally insane.
But why was he back in
family members? He had his own family members call.
And don't forget, he's like, I got that white bitch. I got that white bitch.
Call the hospital to try to get him committed. He told his sister he killed that woman because he thought she was trying to read his mind.
Yep.
That's
Why was he let out, though?
insane.
And I'm not saying it's because he's black.
Yeah,
I'm saying people look at it, though.
How
The
does
judge
that become
said,
part of black fatigue?
he's insane, right? We agree.
That's not a black and white issue.
He was deemed not fit to stand trial, right?
Right.
Now,
He should have been institutionalized.
Right.
So, but the point is that he should never have been in that position because he had already had so many arrests. If again, I agree that the justice system is not perfect, but if you get arrested 14 times, you should be behind bars. You are clearly, as we all agree, not fit to be part of normal society. So what's the issue? I just grab well, there you go. There you go. Have fun with that. I already rolled up. I just got a delivery yesterday. I got some Blue Dream, horchata, Gorilla Glue number 4, my favorite, and Durban. Some Durban.
White issue.
He was deemed not fit to stand trial, right?
Right.
Now,
He should have been institutionalized.
Right. The IOU policy, meaning you don't have to pay bail. You don't even have to stay here until you're actually convicted. You just say you'll come back.
Right, which is messed up.
Yeah, the judge, Teresa Stokes, black woman, said, well, this is about racial justice. We need to be softer on crime. So that's her reasoning. That's why he was out. And you can find dozens of examples.
That's her misguided reasoning.
And that's policy.
But that's systemic, though, right?
That's not representative of a whole.
It's not.
Yeah, right. Morgoth's hammer's got to run out. Thank you for hanging out. But before said, I'm broke, so I get to stab people. That's not how that works. Well, I mean, I guess it is kind of how it works, but it's not supposed to work.
It's not. No, and look, we always have to say not all.
Right.
Like, not all white people wear MAGA hats and are dumbass pieces of racist shit. But we have all been accused of racism, sexism, misogyny, homophobia. What I'm saying is black fatigue is white people going, you know what? I know I'm not racist. And I know that we're dealing with record crime, and I know that I'm more at risk. And they have negative interactions, and they're constantly told that they're not allowed to voice their fucking opinion because they're white. And if those people get pissed off, like that's where we actually could end up with some kind of, I'm telling you, I see this brewing. I see people who were milquetoast white suburban who are becoming actually racist. Now, not all of them, but I've seen people actually become racist because they get mugged, their store gets looted, and nothing gets done. They're going, and if I...
Yeah, and we see that in this chat, on this small channel. We see that people are like, I don't fucking care anymore. I don't fucking care anymore. I'm not trying to seek out black people to be racist to, but I just don't care anymore. And I understand that. It's clearly not accurate, but it does. It's not based in nothing. It's not based in nothing.
Say something, it's turned into a racing. I'm telling you what, that's where it's coming from. At what point do we have a talk and go like, okay, let's reform justice, but we have to be honest as to why it was reformed in the first place. This guy, it's not even the only one. It's every 3 days someone's being offed.
Yeah, but at the same time, let's transfer that over to, there's a lot of unsafe things in this world. Like getting mugged by a black person is not the paramount unsafe thing.
Did anybody say that it was? I don't remember that. Guys, remember, in addition to the peanut butter, every $2 equals a swole stream push-up if we hit the goal. As we are so close, let's hit it. It's been a minute. Since we hit the goal. Let's do this. Let me say, what if the housing crisis of 08 was just caused by Oxy and Kush? I can see the argument. Behave said, I say this only with love. Oh, Jesus. Please upgrade your space. More pics of Morty. My space? More pics of Morty, collectibles of things you love, and more advertisements of your show. I also didn't get my push-ups, but I forgive you. Well, we do the push-ups at the end, but we have to hit the goal in order to do the push-ups. But yeah, I mean, like you guys know, I just put up the thing. We have the store. If you guys would buy stuff, then I would put money into it. But I dug it all the time. We have our semantic obfuscation notebook and mug and bag and zip pouch for your kids, even a greeting card for or a phone case. All that stuff is available, and don't nobody buy it. So I don't have the money to make more things that nobody's gonna buy. So if you want more things, then buy things. That's capitalism, baby. Unless you want to be a commie.
In this world, like getting mugged by a black person is not the paramount unsafe thing. There's school shootings, there's road rage, there's all.
Oh yeah, because there's just as many school shootings as there are gang-related shootings, right?
All of that shit.
Yep.
And the primary people that commit a lot of those are people who don't have this skin.
No.
So if switch it over, if black people say, well, we getting fed up and we tired of all these school shootings and all of these road rage and all that, who do we say something to? Who hears our voice?
And when does the white fatigue kick in? When does the white fatigue kick in?
Well, we've been hearing about white, that's the point, right? We've been hearing about it all our lives, about white fatigue, about systemic discrimination.
Yeah. Oh, the white man. The white man. That's always been part of the American lexicon.
Right?
That's the problem.
It has been done. That's why we've done systemic justice reform that has led to more crime, right? That's the reason for no three-strike policy. That's the reason for cashless bail. That's the reason for catch and release. The reason for it, in the wake of Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, right?
Yeah, see, I mean, this is the name of the game. Like, I want to do everything that I want to do, but unfortunately, the world is capitalist. I mean, not unfortunately, but unfortunately for this specific context, the world is capitalistic, and we need money. If you want more things, then you need to do more things. I promise you, I am giving you guys everything that I have. I do a 2.5 to 3+ hour stream, and then we have a 4-hour after party. I mean, what else do you want from me? If you like it, then support it. I'm doing everything I can. Everything I can.
Yeah, that's the reason for catch and release. The reason for it, in the wake of Black Lives Matter, George Floyd riots, Summer of Love, was we're going to reform crime, we're going to reform the justice system, and it's gotten worse everywhere it's been. And then when white people leave those neighborhoods, well, now it's white flight. If they come in, it's gentrification. And I'm telling you, there are a lot of people who are pissed off, and they're not going to sit down and have this conversation and be
That's a good point. You talk about white flight. Well, you're not going to stay in a bad environment. It's white flight. But if you do stay in a bad environment and make it better, well, then it's gentrification. White man bad.
Feel about it, and they're going, well, what happens when someone has to keep their mouth shut about everything?
Nobody said you have to keep
That's how they feel. That's how they feel.
I don't believe white people have to keep their mouth shut. I think white people don't speak up about a lot of the things that they do and they perpetuate that affects us negatively. That's the stuff that...
And people who don't feed Morty.
Nobody wants to. The issues aren't made about those things. I really respect the platform that you have because you do have open and honest conversations.
You mean like putting more things in the frame? Is that what you mean?
And I have to say, I don't believe that those numbers about the black people murdering white people are correct. I don't believe those numbers are correct.
Oh, they are. Oh, they are. Because if they weren't, then we would have everybody in the world jumping down our throats about how that's not correct. Actually, technically, it's this. But they don't because they can't because it's right.
I don't believe that those numbers about the black people murdering white people are correct. I don't believe those
convenient
numbers are correct.
What if they are? What if I'm not lying to you?
If you're not, then I've been misled and I've been isolated from realistic numbers. But I know.
Okay, so if we're talking about the actual frame here, guys, send me stuff. If you want something to be in the frame, I am totally happy. We got a lot of wall space here. I got some wall space behind me. We got some space over here. The couch right over here as well. Send me an email, and if we can trade addresses. I'll give you free stickers, and you can send me whatever you like, and I will put it right there. This painting is from one of my clients. Then they was just like, "Hey, I do these. Here you go," and there it is in the frame. Again, I don't fucking have any more money to buy things to put in the frame. But you guys are helping out tonight. We are so close. $9, guys. $9 hits the goal. And we don't even need that much because we've already had 12 super chats. So 3.99 donations hits the goal. We said you are by far the most committed person I watch. Just landed a job with the biggest shipping company in the world. You're on my list. The good one. Word up. Word up. Thank you very, very much. So I like how you call his home a set. I don't think he's quite there to have a content house, but let's work on getting him one. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is just my living room. That's it. This is all I got. This is all I got. All right, let's get back into black fatigue.
And I've been isolated from realistic numbers. But I know in this country, from the time that we got here and until now, there's never been hordes of black people that just go out and maraud and menace white people. Now, interactions happen and things do occur. I'm not saying that they don't, but not by and large in number. We can't be this smaller percentage of the overall population and still have the numbers that people try to perpetuate onto us. See, black people do more harm to other black people than we do to other white people.
Well, that's true.
Yep. Black people definitely do a lot more to other black people than they do to white people. Hey, shout out to Guam Tech with the $1 make ya holler. 2 more of those, guys. That's it. That's it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Guam Tech. So very, very much. And again. See, this isn't cheating the system, guys. There's a reason why I said a certain number of donations and a dollar amount. That way, you can do exactly this. One more, guys. One more. And we hit the goal.
To us. See, black people do more harm to us.
Don't let it be Guanzak. Somebody else come through. Somebody else come through. 99 cents.
Other black people than we do to other white people.
Well, that's true. That's true.
You know, so
because people who are close. That's true.
We also have historical evidence of groups of white people attacking and chasing black people.
So it's
coming after.
So when people say
it's not happening now.
So
I'm just saying,
and that's the point. We're at a precipice right now.
That's a part of the historical condition.
Well, sure, but someone today.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I wasn't finished making my point. I wasn't finished making my point. You know, when like I said, black fatigue. That's the newest mantra that's been put out into society to make people think that okay, they tired of black people. They tired.
Nope. It is an organic thing that developed because people have fatigue around black people behavior. Oh my goodness. Again. Guys, first let's get the treat. Let's get the normal treat. And then you know what that means. Oh, and behave comes in again. Don't forget every two. This is another push-up that I got to do for you guys. Another treat. And of course, it is time for peanut butter. Bum. So again, you know, I use peanut butter for my my shakes, and then when I can't scoop any more out of it, then we'll replace this one. See, the fact that he used to be able to chew through the bottom and just would clean it out, but I guess his old age, he is not there yet. So we'll cut that off for another one. But here. There you go, Baba. Look how happy he is. Look how happy he is. Guys, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. You guys are amazing. I am not excited to do push-ups, but I am very excited to see Morty being so happy. And thank you guys so very, very much. Oh, my goodness. Again, 2 more push-ups. 2 more push-ups for these puny little arms. Oh my goodness, you guys are amazing! Amazing! All right, let's keep the show rolling since you guys are being so fucking awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And put out into society to make people think that, okay, they tired of black people. They tired of what you said, that we can't say anything about black people. We can't do, well, when you hold all the power, when you hold all the economic rights, when you hold all the things that make this country move, when you're in charge of those things, you know what I'm saying? Well, you know what, I put it like this. White people got the firecrackers, we got the stem. That's it. Y'all got the power. The power is placed outside of the black community. We're charged with all the negative things. Those are the things that are really generally coincide with how people relate to us. Bad stuff that's go wrong with this world, it's the black people's fault. We the smallest part of this country. Remember that. You know what I'm saying? Beside the immigrants.
And shout out to Behave and all of you guys and the donations. I mean, here you got me stuttering and I'm speechless. Thank you so very, very much. Hey, shout out to the Camcast. Long time no see. Very good to see you, brother. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Yes, unlike Hasan, I am a man who loves his dog. And apparently you guys too. You guys do too, because it just warms my heart. It just warms my heart. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party, guys. Let's get back into black fatigue.
We the smallest part of this country. Remember that. You know what I'm saying? Beside the immigrants that come here, we have been tasked with the negative, the criminal, the immoral. That's us, and that's what we consider. That's white fatigue. But you know what we do? We just say that's just how it's always been. So we don't make up words for it or terms for it. So
yeah, it's just baked into how you talk about society. The white man. Yeah, that is the word. That's what we're talking about. Shout out to Matthew King. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. But how's everybody doing? Not too bad. We just hit the swole goal. So Morty is loving his peanut butter, and I am slightly less excited for doing push-ups. But don't forget, every $2 adds another one. Matthew said liked and shared immediately, as always. Thank you so very, very much, brother. Again, you guys know how much that helps. It's free, it's easy, and it helps out so very, very much. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The Indian Jesus. I got to start focusing on that more because people try to search just Indian Jesus, and it's just like too vague. You put the in there, and it narrows it down. But definitely anti-Hasan for sure. We're not tired of black people. We're tired of black crime. Bingo. Yep. He said, I just can't stand the victim mentality from certain people. I can't stand it when my people do it. It's embarrassing, and it makes us look inferior. Let's just be the best people we can be. That's it. It's that simple. It's that simple. Black people don't realize that white people don't have an allegiance or brotherhood with other whites. Bingo. This is a huge discussion that I'm trying to break into. But again, it's difficult to have the discussion that I believe the biggest detriment to black Americans is the black community, TM. When you inherently, because this murderer, because this drug dealer, because this whatever has the same skin color as me, now that's my people, well, then you can't blame me when I give you shit for that. You tied yourself to that person.
That's just how it's always been. So we don't make up words for it or terms for it. So now you have a frustrated group of white constituents that feel like, oh, we can't say anything. We have to do this. We have to do that so you don't be deemed as that. Well, if you wasn't that in the beginning to start with, there will be no need for the reform or the feelings that you have. You can't say.
Oh, so it should have just been perfect from the very beginning. The founding fathers should have been able to look to the future and see exactly that slavery was going to be gone, that we'd have the civil rights. And they kind of did. They kind of did. That's why we have amendments.
Anything about, because you done treated us like for so long, and people finally stood up and said, hey, you got to stop treating us like shit. Now that you want to feel like, you know, things aren't going in the manner that you want them, now we want the right to keep saying those things.
What if your premise is completely flawed? And what I mean by that is, if we're trying to understand it, you said you have power in all those institutions. Yes. What if, for example, you have an entire generation of people, young white men, women, who if they apply to a college or apply to a job, they don't have a grant, there's no Pell Grant, there's no type of subsidy, there's no DEI initiative. As a matter of fact, they're likely to be passed over. They hold no institutional power. And when you say black people haven't done anything, when you think of this white person, a young white person, because I'm seeing some people become radicalized and it can become a problem. Yeah. And then they see billions of dollars and riots and damages all summer long, and then they go, why is this happening? Black Lives Matter, right? So they're going to make that connection. Now, they have no institutional power, but if they go into a neighborhood that's large.
I've been asked to keep this anonymous, but we just got a $50 PayPal. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my arms are going to hurt tonight. Another treat for Morty right before he goes back into the peanut butter. I'm scared. I'm scared. But thank you. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So where are we at? Where are we at? 49 and 50. Jesus Christ, that's $99. I gotta do 50 push-ups? Jesus. So we'll keep Behave as the sponsor since you want to be anonymous, but you are the real one. You know it. Thank you so very, very much. Guys, I know you guys work hard, and I know that, you know, it's not easy to see a reason. Well, why should I give money when, you know, he enjoys doing the show on his own, and I definitely do. I would do the show if nobody gave me money, but we're doing something bigger. And so when you guys do this stuff, oh man, thank you so very, very much. And of course, you know, that means the party rages on.
So they're going to make that connection. Now, they have no institutional power, but if they go into a neighborhood that's largely black, they're going to get the shit kicked out of them. And they're being blamed for something that supposedly their racist forefather did that they have nothing to do with. You think we're ever going to have unity? This is the problem. Unity, if let's say your dad's a or your grandfather's a and you walk up and you slap his teenager, you now have made that person hate you for life. And that's what I'm seeing with not even my generation. Younger people are going, I had nothing to do with this shit. They came up during the riots, they've come up under DEI, and they're seeing a 12-time murder rate skyrocket.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not because, ooh, I've got extra money. Like, yeah, that's cool. That's good. That's great. But the fact that somebody spends their day working, maybe they have a wife and a family, maybe they have a debt, maybe you have to pay for insurance and call your phone bill, all of that stuff. And still, you believe that what I am doing here is worth $50? That means a lot to me. And it absolutely feels great. Thank you. Again. Liberty Plus said the Founding Fathers knew enough to claim rights were inherent. Maybe they did know America would eventually include non-whites. Yeah, it's a possibility. But either way, they knew that we don't have all the answers right now. So we need to bake in a way that people in the future can change this to fit their society. Brilliant. Brilliant.
They've come up under DEI, and they're seeing a 12-time murder rate, skyrocketing crime, and any proposals they make not holding institutional power shut down as racist.
Now, why was DEI even instituted in the first place? Because for the majority of time that black people have been in this country and been free, we've been denied so much. Somebody somewhere had to put some things in place to provide access of some kind.
If you believe that, that's fine, but you can't tell that young white kid who had nothing to do with it that he should just sit down and take it.
Right. So you can talk about, the past inequality and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, but some random white kid has nothing to do with that. This is the same kind of thing when, we talk about gender stuff, not even like the gender bender stuff, but just like men and women and dating and stuff. And like, the patriarchy, who made the system? Well, I fucking didn't have anything more to do with it than you did.
That's fine, but you can't tell that young white kid who had nothing to do with it that he should just sit down and take it, especially when they're getting killed.
That's what America's been telling us for the longest.
The young white man that has not in my lifetime. DEI, the young person of this generation that you said that feels they're misled by the being mistreated by the DEI.
I'm just using as an example. They don't hold any institutional power. Young white people don't. They don't have an advantage.
Not yet, because they're young white people. They have an advantage to where they're middle-aged white people, where the power comes. See, when black people, once again, when you got colleges that denied access to black people, you can't come here. Something had to be put in place where, look, y'all got to let some black people come here. Y'all can't just...
That started happening long before DEI. Long before black people were admitted into colleges. HBCUs.
Hold on, let me say what I'm trying to say. My bad.
Calm your ass down.
I'm trying to make it clear.
You're trying to do a senior Wences and talk through you.
I get it. DEI is just a new way of wrapping affirmative action.
Yeah.
Affirmative action had to be put in place because there was the access being denied.
Did it though? Was there though?
So the legislation had to be put in place. Well, look, we can't just exclude all of them. So somewhere along the line, they have to be allowed some access. Okay, that was put in place. Now, fast forward till now, those same things that were put in place for those people back in those generations that are still in place, they're not excluding people from getting to places they're just still trying to keep those doors open so that those black people that were coming through that door can still get in. Because if you remove those, over time, we will be denied the access.
If a black person has lower SATs, right, and a lower GPA, should he?
You don't deserve the merit of whatever it is that you're asking, whether it's a college acceptance or a job or whatever. If you don't meet the merit, then that is it. That is it. That is it. Because more needs his own ASMR channel. Bub's eating sounds are really? We could definitely do that. He's a licker. Licker? I barely even know. But he loves to lick my weed fingers. If I could just put my phone and record that, and that would get millions of views, it's worth a try. It's worth a try. And yes, sir, we got a new moderator. Adam, thank you so very, very much for, just doing the things. I appreciate it. And you get a wrench. Guys, if you want a wrench, just do what the wrench people do, and eventually you will get a wrench.
The access.
If a black person has lower SATs, right, and lower GPA, should he get in over an Asian or a white person?
Let me ask you. If all things are supposed to be laid out equal, no, you shouldn't get. If you don't have it,
That's what's
have what
happening.
it takes to get in. No, but
It is happening, and I'm telling you, young white dudes are pissed. I'm telling you.
That's not the majority of what's happening.
It is happening.
Yeah, we're the problem. You're the problem. White people are the problem. But all this is going on, and you blanging.
I'm telling you, young white
But
dudes
that's
are pissed.
not
I'm
the
telling you.
majority of what's happening.
It is happening.
It is relates to DEI. First of all, DEI has been more beneficial.
We'll get a still.
I'm a former commercial contractor. All right, DEI and affirmative action have benefited white people vastly more so than black people. All you gotta do is look at the business.
Yeah, but is it just? Yes, it's done a lot for black people, but is that good? Is that a good thing? Is what they did that was marginally good for black people on a longer timeline? And I would argue no.
Ownership or what have you, and you notice that as long as that white female happens to be 51%, then she qualifies as a minority and a double minority because she's white. She's among the minority and business owners.
And reminding people to join the Discord and liking the video and stuff like that. But yeah,
ownership, and she happens to be a female, right? So you look at that based on population dynamics, and that automatically tells you this whole thing about this whole thing about DEI was, number one, not as much targeted towards blacks as much as it was targeted towards minorities, which includes that LGBT. All right. So when we talk about that, we need to really deal with the real problem. And as it relates to the rights, let me tell you something right now. Listen, in the black community, I'll be the first thing now. We do have intractable problems that are not going to be solved in one conversation. But what I'm going to say about that as well as
we're just asking for it to be solved in one conversation, but we're asking for you to have the first conversation to continue the next conversation so that it works instead of just saying, "Whoa, it's not going to happen overnight for 60 years."
The reason why the black community becomes so infuriated, all right, is when you see gross negligence of justice happening or misjustice happening and nobody does anything. When this guy's
like what?
When this guy kneeled on this man's neck, was going back to George Floyd. Look, if he had done something when he was subdued and on the ground, what was the real reason for?
What does that sound? What are they doing?
Kneeling on his neck except to inflict fatal harm. It was it.
I can tell you exactly what it was, and I can tell you why you're not recognizing the problem. Because the opinion polls, and I'm not saying right or wrong, the opinion polls have changed on George Floyd since I last spoke with you. You know why?
Why?
All the body cam footage came out. You know what? You know why? Because he was there for 12, 15 minutes, asked to be put in the car. They put him in the car, asked for air conditioning, gave him air conditioning, asked to be taken out of the car. They took him out of the car. He wouldn't stop moving. People have watched it now and go, you know what? It's not what I thought it was. You know how many times he was arrested before that? 9. He shouldn't have been. You know what would have saved him? 3-strike policy. He
3 strikes, you would be alive.
Robbed a woman at gunpoint with a child.
And potentially, well, no, wait, the 3 strikes is life, right? So, okay, you'd be alive.
You know what would have saved him? 3-strike policy. He robbed a woman at gunpoint with a child in the house. And so white people look at it, young white people, right? Who, you have to understand, during COVID, this is a whole generation of people. White people did not have any fucking opportunities during COVID. They didn't get to go to the graduation, college, black, white, all of them, right? It's a generation that's pissed. Rightfully so, they got screwed. I think we can...
No! YouTube, please. I don't want to point this out, but look at my hand. Torqued! Motherfuckers, torqued!
Agree on that. They're going, I watched my city burn down for a guy who was arrested 9 times and committed violent crimes against women. What?
Now, you know,
that's a travesty of justice. He should be out in public.
Let me say
How many felonies does President Trump have on his record? Yeah, he was still allowed to occupy the most.
Before the bullshit? None, yeah.
No criminal felonies.
He has no criminal felonies, but he's got moral felonies, which would, if there was a...
Oh, he's got moral felonies. Moral felony. Can we get a definition on a moral felony versus a moral misdemeanor?
Court of justice for that. He probably would be tried a long time ago. I mean, let's talk about it.
Is this where we all get on board with crazy white bitches who accuse men of rape? She accused 26 men of rape. That crazy.
Here's the reality, though. And when you look at the convergence of this new agenda, where you're going strictly in the blue cities, why is it that most of those blue cities also happen to be occupied? The areas they're going in are heavily occupied by minorities. Why is that so?
Because the propaganda makes that correlation exist. Poverty drives crime. That's its own thing. Then, when you have crime-ridden areas because of poverty, and you have a political party that is obfuscating reality to make it feel like, oh, we're going to give you all this free stuff because you're so down bad and you can't do any better, then you get America in 2025.
The areas they're going in are heavily occupied by minorities. Why is that so?
Moral Felony is a sick hip-hop group name. That?
Black people tend to vote Democrat, and they're run by Democrats. Detroit, you can look at it. You can look at Chicago. Is that what you mean?
I mean, no, that's not what I'm asking you at all. What I'm asking you is like...
That's what you should be asking.
See, with this all-out assault right now, just last night, they were talking about something in Chicago, right? But 1 o'clock in the morning, you had people in military gear, where have you, helicopters and all this kind of stuff like this here, not just knocking doors down, but dragging people out.
Because it's the murder capital of the country. You just said black people are more harmed by this. We don't want to take out murderers?
No. I think
No, we don't want to take out murderers. This is like the Freudian slip that Ted Cruz had the other night or the other day. I don't know what the fuck time of day it was, but he was like, we need to stop doing this. We need to stop with all this bear. We need to stop attacking PDF files. They're like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. When you hit the wrong button, you're like, we need to just stop attacking PDF files. Fucking pardon? I assume he meant defending, but that ain't what he said. And nobody stopped him. Shocked Like Kaya by Moral Felony, the new single coming out this Tuesday, only on K-Rock.
Really went true was you.
Or no, it'd be only on 97.1. What is it? 97.1 hot. What the fuck is that station called? Something hot. Hot hip hop, hot. That thing.
People are more harmed by this. We don't want to take out murderers?
No. I think really what true is you confusing what I'm trying to say to you.
Are you about the National Guard in Chicago?
No, what I'm trying to say to you is this, though. If we're going to talk about the problem, let's talk about the problem in its totality.
The totality of the problem is Democrats love blue cities because they remind them of plantations. God damn. Let me dilly that. That was almost bad. I forgot that I just refilled the mug and I was about to bring it up a lot faster, thinking it was empty and spill it all over, and it didn't happen. So it's funny. If it did happen, then it wouldn't have been funny. Well, at least not for me. Diamondback.
About it is, like, when you talk about white America being pissed, white America is going to always find a reason that doesn't fit their narrative or what have you. But why?
Projection. I don't even necessarily disagree, but like, all people are gonna try to find, their narrative. Shout out to Wiz in the building. Welcome to the party. We were going over Hasan shocking the shit out of his dog, and as a professional dog trainer, I came to the conclusion that yes, he's a piece of shit. Even though there are appropriate uses of shock collars and prong collars, Hasan did not do it. Now we are in the barber shop with Crowder talking about black fatigue. New tea, the Indian Jesus, and the Moral Felony crew. Should I change it from disciples to Moral Felony crew? All the members. Actually, no. You know what? I'm gonna go from the true. I'm gonna change it because the $2.99 a month makes you a disciple. The $9.99 a month will make you Moral Felony crew. There we go. White America is going to always find a reason that doesn't fit their narrative or what have you. But white America fails to talk about, and what never ceases to amaze me is the fact that the biggest threat is not going to come from blacks. The biggest threat is coming from within. You look at the average. It's not coming from blacks. It's coming from within. Within what?
Average person that's been committing some of the most heinous crimes over the days is 22 to 29-year-old white males, right? Look at how
no, it's just not true, man. Violent crime, you just said, like you said, a small percentage of the country, about 12 to 13%, 50% of the violent crime, but the murder, a 12 times likelihood.
That's a skewed stat.
If you just, so you don't listen to them?
No, I said that particular stat is skewed.
It's not skewed. These are for the FBI, DOJ. And you know what else we look at?
Well, okay, then how is it skewed? If you're going to make the claim that it's skewed, tell me how is it skewed? It's skewed because they did this, and the methodology is bad because they didn't count X, Y, and Z, or they included this, that, and the other when they shouldn't have. I'm totally open to the idea that stats could be skewed, but you can't just say things. You've got to actually justify the things that you are saying. More felons ain't nothing to fuck with. The newest single. Obfuscation. Should we put the semantic obfuscation in there? And no. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize, but we have to start with End Dogma. The follow-up single will be semantic obfuscation.
It's skewed.
It's not skewed. These are for the FBI, DOJ. And you know what else we look at?
Cope.
We look at Roland Fryer from Harvard, who conducted it, black professor, really respectable guy, honorable man, conducted a study, and he came out and he said, yeah, all of my research says that black men are 0% more likely to be shot by police officers than whites. Black people got so mad at him, he reconducted the study, a black man from Harvard, and he came to the same conclusion, and now he's not black enough.
Wait, so let me see if I understand you clearly.
Yeah.
He's saying, if you don't align with the dogmatic orthodoxy that black equals oppressed and white equals oppressor, then you're just wrong. The same way the woke left has the idea that a woman is not a biological category. That's it. It's not a biological category. Adult human female is not the definition of woman to them. And so, I think this is look how fucking happy he is. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. He knows. How does he always know? He always knows. I didn't even turn around. But I forget if this was Sam Harris or Richard Dawkins, or maybe Christopher Hitchens. I don't know. One of the new atheists before all of them became leftists. But what reasoning can you present to somebody who doesn't accept basic logic? If they're not willing to accept basic logic, what reasoning can you apply? You can't, bro. You can't. I'm about to shut this motherfucker. Why are you not in your chair? You're bad. But it is a hunger dance, so don't forget, we can still add push-ups to the swell goal.
And now he's not black enough.
Wait, so let me see if I understand you clearly. Yeah. You're saying, according to this guy's statistics, right, that black people...
Not this guy. FBI statistics, CIA, whatever other actual legitimate sources.
Are 0% less likely to be shot by a white police officer.
A liberal professor at Harvard, yes, and he conducted it twice. Because black people said what you're saying. He goes, look, I was as surprised as you. I was trying to find how much worse it is. My data showed me it's not.
It's not. And they're like, isn't it though? And he's like, no. Isn't it though? I'm like, oh, maybe.
Reconducted the study an entire time. Now, he did come to the conclusion that an officer is 18 times more likely to be shot than a black man by an officer. This is a black liberal who studies statistics. At what point do you listen to him?
And I don't believe him. That's you too. Institution. And if he comes out and says something of the sort, there's no telling the backlash that he may not get. Listen, there are token blacks in every society. I mean, all you have to do is look back throughout.
And there we go. Right? Uncle Tom? This guy? Come on.
No, but here's my thing, Steve. Right? I'm not alleging that the guy wasn't Uncle Tom. But let's be frankly honest. How many shootings have happened in most recent history that have been
Why can't this guy have a laugh mic? Why do we need to hear all that? Really, Stephen Crowder? You don't have more than one fucking laugh mic? I had the same fucking issue with the change my mind. You got a perfect lav mic right here, and then the other person's over here. We're hearing all this bullshit. Can we be professional here?
Have involved black men that have been unarmed, and you sit here and use that analogy that black men are zero times. Listen, as a totally blind individual, listen, I'm even apprehensive. There was an incident where the police stopped us, and it was my cousin and I. My cousin is a retired military vet, or what have you, right? And immediately when we got out of the car, out of fear of possibly being shot, the first thing I did was raise my cane and say, "Officer," I said, "Listen, I am totally blind."
Bullshit! Bullshit! Kill him! But, my goodness, over 2 years as a disciple brother. Thank you. So, take two. There we go. Thank you. So very, very much. Context and peanut butter and push-ups for another 25 months. Hey, I'll be here for another 25 months. I hope he will be. But we never know. They said 6 to 12 months about 14 months ago. So I told you guys. I had a feeling we're going to get closer to 2. So next summer might be not a good time. But just hanging over my head like a dark cloud. But he is here. And you guys are amazing. Shout out to Never Lucky Rubber Ducky. What's the chant? From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Welcome. Very good to see you, sir. Honestly, Crowder should dock with him and ask if he thinks Crowder is what? Huh? I need you to add up the mortal felon membership so I can be the first to join. All right, I'll do it right now.
Officer, I said, listen, I am totally blind. Before we get out of hand with this, right? Now, I shouldn't have had to react like that. But when you start looking at what's really happening in this country, many times because see, here's the deal. I don't care if you put on the uniform. You can't legislate the heart of a man and his intent, all right? And many times these officers do allow that badge to give them impunity to operate and exercise their racism. Let's be honest here, Steve.
Some of them do. By the way, I just find it funny that when I came up and shook your hand, you didn't tell me you were blind this whole time. I was like, I must have woke you up. You could have said, dude, I'm blind. I was like, oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Your perks will be reviewed usually within 24 hours and will email you with the results. Once approved, your changes will automatically be published. So within 24 hours, you can sign up to be part of the Moral Felon Crew. $9.99 a month, and that would go very far for the channel. So do your thing, baby. Do your thing. I like that. That being said, the media has made these people fear for their lives, which leads to irrational decisions, which leads to more violent interactions. I will never forget. There was a whole bunch of silly type of videos, people reacting to Trump getting elected in November. But I will never forget that black woman who was like, it was from this angle. So, like, let's say this is my phone. She's like, I'm gonna wake up a slave. Oh God! It's like, honey, who? Why? What? Why would you think that that's a thing? Why would you think that that's a thing? Because of exactly what Matthew is saying.
You just throw that out there like a fucking cluster bomb. I'm like,
say you should have waved his hand when you came in.
I feel like an asshole in the middle of the room.
That's what I told you when you said, does he sleep behind the glass? I was like, no, he just can't see you.
Hey, look, I thought you were making a joke. I said, oh my God, here's this condescending asshole here.
It's okay.
That would be hilarious.
He forget he's blind sometimes.
I had no idea.
No, man, but
I agree. You can't legislate what's in a man's heart. Yeah. But you can't throw out everything. You can't go that.
Which goes back to my argument with Emmett about prostitution. You can't legislate what's in people's hearts. So if you think it's wrong, they need to culturally address that, not legally.
Yeah, I agree. You can't legislate what's in a man's heart. Yeah. But you can't throw out everything. You can't go that.
Again with the fucking YouTube censorship. Never Lucky Rubber Ducky said, well, let me say, from the river to the sea, set Hasan's dog free. Dilly to that. Free Kaya. Cuter than me or not?
Skewed. That black guy from Harvard who was always a liberal who did it twice is skewed.
Wait, let's back that up.
I agree. You can't legislate what's in a man's heart. Yeah. But you can't throw out everything. You can't go that skewed. That black guy from Harvard who was always a liberal who did it twice is skewed. You can't throw it out.
How often do you see black police killing unarmed white people?
How often do you see black police killing unarmed white people? A lot more than black people getting killed by any color of cop.
How often do you see that?
Well, I tell you, actually, the stats show that when you're dealing with armed.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Rubber Ducky on fire! Oh my goodness! Yo! Hey, yeah!
How often do you see that?
Well, I tell you, actually, the stats show that when you're dealing with armed white people versus black armed people, white armed people are more likely to be shot by the cops than black.
White armed people are more likely to kill police officers. Look at what happened in Kansas where those 5 police
Let's call the stats a wash on that. Here's what I...
Fuck you do.
I do know.
That's CeeLo Green, right?
Everyone wanted the body cam footage, and I agree. I was like, we should have body cam footage. We should have accountability for police officers, right?
That was the best fucking thing that happened for law enforcement in the last 30 years. They thought they were gonna own the cops. Oh, now you're on video. Yeah, so the fuck are you?
And we were to believe after the era of, remember, we went through Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice, Mike Brown, obviously George Floyd. There were so many that you could use as examples. We thought that we'd have a rash of body cam footage showing us the police brutality. You haven't seen body cam footage of note in the last year. Once that footage came out, it's about a 20-to-1 ratio where you see someone getting violent with an officer. We have not seen what we thought we would see. And now people are going, okay, so maybe not the body cam footage, right? We thought we'd see all the abuse.
They just turned that shit off. That's what happened. That's why you don't get it, because I'm cope.
Jump off of that point. What about the body cam footage where we see white people and white police, and the white citizen is being belligerent with the police, but the police showing extreme restraint in dealing?
I will give that some credit. I think that because of the fact that the black community, TM, commits more crime at such a higher level, that it is not unreasonable to make those types of assumptions. Do I agree that you should be making those types of assumptions? Not necessarily. But if my job is to deal with criminals, and the overwhelming majority, actually, I don't even need to go there. It is not unreasonable. I've worked in restaurants, and I've worked in restaurants before, and if you have to, you know exactly what I'm saying. You do not want an Indian table. You do not want a black table. Why? Because you're racist? No. Because you understand patterns. And the pattern is that Indian people order 3 entrees for 6 people and then tip 9%. And then black people will order fucking 7 entrees for 3 people and then tip 9%. It is what it is. So if you're a cop and you're seeing a difference in the pattern of when you interact with white people versus when you interact with black people, it doesn't make it morally right to have that mentality. But I can't say that it's morally wrong. I saw Rubber Ducky in Andrew's chat earlier. Oh my goodness! That's all right. We're getting in. We're getting in with the Crucible. Remember, guys, Rob Noor will be here Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to ask Rob Noor to try to tear my worldview apart. It's not a debate. It's not a debate. He's coming over for a chat. And we know. Yeah. Nobody kept the secret. Double H. I noticed that Jake Rattlesnake just covered the most recent Rachel Wilson verse 5, and like, well, this guy's got some good points. That's all I got to say. And he didn't put me in the thumbnail, and other times he's skipped my section. But yep, there you go. I am dying to get in front of them for more than 5 minutes on the clock with a prompt that doesn't apply to me. But I think getting Rob on, I specifically told him about the MAGA atheism thing. Like that, I want to have the right wing do better. Yeah, Wednesday. I was just like, well, between shout out to Guam Tech, who was up on Rob's channel and was like, you should check out the Indian Jesus. And he's like, oh, I gotta check him out. And then I retweeted that, a couple things. So then I just DM'd him and I was like, yo, I know I've been kind of like chirping at your ankles. I think we could have a decent conversation, maybe a debate down the road. But for right now, I'm really interested on, your opinion on where I'm going with this. In the same way that when I called into Timcast like a year plus ago, and even at the time, I didn't like what Tim was saying to me, but it was good advice, and it was helpful, and it allowed me to refine my message, and hopefully I'll be able to reach the right people, namely the Crucible. Yep, Realm is coming. Big shout out to Guam Tech. Let me just said, oh really? I try to catch every TikTok invasion. The second best thing on YouTube. it just feels like the debates that they are there, they're not like, they can't really happen because people are too quick with the mute button. But yeah, they get a good clip. I mean, I'm definitely subscribed. I usually when I see the TikTok invasion clips, I'll add them to my watch later, but I don't necessarily watch all of them. But yeah, thank you, sir. You were definitely a big help. All right, let's dive back in
It
here.
wasn't with the police, but the police showing extreme restraint in dealing with that person. Whereas black people, we reach for your wallet, bow, you get shot. I got a phone in my hand, bow, you get shot.
And I'm
not doing anything, bow, you get
The
shot.
stats don't
So don't reach for people's wallets?
reflect it. But white people are being killed in record numbers right now, and they're pissed. And if you keep just not listening to them, look, like you said, white people are the majority of this country. You have young white people who are getting more and more mad. I'm just telling you the truth.
What they mad?
And they have the guts. They're mad.
I don't necessarily. Well, I think I follow Jake the closest just because he puts out more easily consumable videos. So he'll do like 20 minutes on like the Jubilee thing. That is more palatable. I don't watch any of them live. But I definitely have respect for, what they're doing and how it, how it's a community. And I think that either I have some ideas that can really, really help the goal of what the Crucible is doing, or they'll be able to tell me why my ideas need to be further refined in order to help them. I don't see that there's a position where I say all these things and they're just like, nah, you're wrong. That's useless. Maybe, but we will see. Shout out to Behave again with the $2 super sticker. Thank you. 5th super chat on a live stream, never before, and then 5 in 1. Oh, man, I'll take that as yes, I am cuter than Crowder. Thank you so very, very much. So, Rubber Dog said it might be useless to them. I have a very hard time seeing that. I'm not expecting them to be like, oh yeah, you're right. Now the Crucible is, openly welcoming to atheists. My goal is to just have, just to open the door to understanding that atheism and leftism are not the same things. Just because somebody's an atheist doesn't mean they're a leftist. I don't know if they genuinely believe that, or if they just, know a couple non-believers here and there who are, are not crazy. I don't know, but it is unquestionably the truth that there is a huge demographic of people who would vote the way we want them to vote if they didn't have these opinions about religion. So it'll help. How much it will help? We finna find out. I was like Jake. I was following him before he became Andrew's lapdog. Yup. Yeah. Well, we gotta try. Cop cans need to be live stream and monetized. New way to find the blue. There you go. Fund the blue. Ooh, a new way to fund the blue. Interesting. That's an interesting idea. We have to talk about that in the after party.
Young white people who are getting more and more.
And again, guys, if you weren't here before, when this stream ends, this is the first time doing this. I don't know if it's going to work perfectly, but I did have you guys have this redirected to Grid's debate panel. So when this stream ends, you should be able to click that, go in, and then it will say in the chat, "The Indian Jesus has rated your channel, so represent me well, please."
I'm just telling you the truth.
What they mad at?
They're mad because this thing. Here's why. They go, look, I'm 12 times more likely to be killed by a black person than you are a white person. And you go, well, that doesn't count. They go, look, my dad's business got burned down.
Yeah.
My city got burned down. I've been accused of being a racist, even though I'm not. And I'm looking at this right now, and I'm not allowed to have an opinion, and I can't go into certain neighborhoods because I get my ass kicked, and then you just say, yeah, but you've had systemic power. That is a surefire way to breed racism.
Let's be frank about that, Steve. Now, first of all, here's why I disagree with you emphatically, right? Number one, when it is historically proven when there are riots, and this is the crazy part, most times we as blacks, we tend to riot in our own neighborhood for the same reason why we're not 12 times likely to kill a white person, because of that fact that the penalty is going to be much harsh, okay?
Yeah, the penalties from the justice system in the last 5 to 8 years have been super severe, right? No cash bail, all that shit. Come on, man. I saw that he was debating. I don't remember. Was that the Jesse Lee Peterson? Was that him on Jesse Lee Peterson? I might want to cover that. We will see. I like Jake. I really do. We were hanging out at the last debate con. I'm not gonna be able to make it to this one in was it Tennessee or whatever? I'm not gonna be able to make that one. But I gotta take care of my dog, unlike Hasan, where he would just fucking put it in the place and be like, I'll be back in a week. Stay or I'll shock you. But yeah, like me, Jake, Andrew, Rachel, and a couple of other people, like we had lunch together and it was, just a normal conversation. And there's an understanding that like what we do is honest, but it's also not the same thing as just if I was talking to you one-on-one. Like we are putting on a show. Like somebody, I don't know if you guys saw on my community tab post, I shared a video of somebody who covered my come on, give me a thing. Somebody covered my debate, or a piece of my debate with somebody covered a piece of my debate with Emmett. And I was like, good coverage or not? I'm like, why you gotta make me look like a woman? And then, well, actually, on the video itself, let's go to the video.
It's a hypothetical.
So he, it's only 36 minutes, so you got a little bit of that. What the hell? What are the comments? There we go. And so yeah, I was like, decent. Jesus fucking Christ. What is happening? Anyway, decent coverage, but I'm not a lefty. I'm MAGA. This is a libertarian position. Happy to discuss further. If you remember, that debate was about the legalization of prostitution, and I believe that it should, not because of any left-wing or atheistic or anything, any reason, but because I believe from a libertarian standpoint, there's no reason to make it illegal. So didn't know you were MAGA. I've seen you in a few debates, and they were all against right-leaning people. Also, you're agnostic atheist, so I just assumed. My bad, but I'd love to have a combo sometime. So he's got what? Where's the number? Where's the number? What? Why is there no what? Why is there no sub number here? Oh, the collaboration. Gotcha. Okay. So he's got 19K. I mean, he's got 19K. So, we doing the damn thing, guys. That's the point. We doing the damn thing. I told you. We're going to be here. We're going to be here. I'm going to do my thing. If you got my back, we are going places. Robert Doggy said the penalties of something so severe, you do it again and again and again. What? Say it might be worthless to their cause and message because they're arguing against your standpoint. I'm not saying you're wrong or right, just as not the same tailored message. I think you'd have it would have to become a lapdog as I don't know because I think if I maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. That's specifically why we need to have the conversation. But I don't think I think that it is reasonable to say like, okay, look, I understand that you think Eastern Orthodox Christianity is your true north, which he tried to deny in the debate because it wasn't part of the prompt. But like we know that. So, okay, that's not an option for me and many other people who share your political ideas. So, do you want those people are not going to be Christians anyway? Full stop. So when they're not Christians, is it better for you as a Christian to have them on your side politically? Or is it better for you as a Christian to have them against your side politically? Clearly, it's the former. So we'll see. We said Dave Smith tried to go and have a discussion. Andrew turned into a blood sport debate, and he hated atheists way more than libertarians. Well, that's why I specifically was like, look, I don't, I told him, I was like, I'm not looking for a debate. I think I have some good ideas, and I think you're good at breaking down those ideas, and I would love to hear what you have to say about my ideas. That's it. And I'm going in ready to change my mind about a lot of things. I don't think I will have to, but it is what it is. All right, diving back in here.
We tend to riot in our own neighborhood for the same reason why we're not 12 times likely to kill a white person, because of that fact that the penalty is going to be much harsh, okay? If black people were really the kind of threat and menace to white people as we're going to sit here and say that they are, never mind the stats, there's no way in the world that most of us would still be here, because guess what? You guys would find a way to deal with the problem if it is from a multiplicity.
So if things were different, that they would be totally different. They said, respect anyone who respects me. I agree to disagree. And I think that they also, again, I'm not trying to convince them that like, oh yeah, Lutch is right. We got to push the Indian Jesus because he has all. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to show, hey, with your rhetoric, you are pushing away people who would be subscribers to your channel, fans of your content, giving you money, and most importantly, voting in such a way that helps society move in the direction that you want it to move. What is the downside? And maybe it's just that it needs to be Christianity so much. Okay. Then we'll just wait another 15 years when this small bump goes and the trend of most Americans being secular continues.
Of angles, all right? So, like I say, when I'm saying this right now, when it comes to stats,
deal with it.
who controls that narrative, Steve?
We did deal with it. You know, we dealt with it in liberals in blue cities, cashless bail, catch and release. We did everything that was demanded. Defunded the police in certain neighborhoods. Guess what?
Blacks have asked for defunding the police.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. What's his deal?
Now I will say it's mostly. It's mostly.
$101.
It's mostly black activist women. They're not representative of black men. I get that.
Just like the guy who killed the lady on the bus that you were talking about earlier, right? He doesn't represent Black America and what he did. I mean,
but is he part of the black community? Yes or no? Is he part of the black community? Because if it's your community, and are you part of the black community? So fine. We could talk about, all the reasons why he is an individual and doesn't represent other people. But if you are creating the narrative that that's my people, then don't get mad when I treat you like that's your people.
Listen, here's where he does. Just listen to me here. Here's where he does. Here's where he does to a lot of people. This is what I'm just trying to, because last time I sat and listened, but I want you to hear something really important. Here's where he does. Young white, that person's parents, that person's relatives, look at it and go, wait a second. This guy was out 14 times, and the reason he was out 14 times was because a black female judge, in the name of restorative justice, who has received funding from NGOs, said, we're going to have cashless bail and catch and release and the IOU policy in the name of racial justice. So people are going, my daughter's dead because it would have been racist to keep this guy in jail. You need to understand that, right? But you understand it, though, right? Because you just made those same judgments about people who existed 150 years ago.
Yeah.
This is someone's sister.
Her flawed judgment does not represent the opinion of black people, number one.
Okay, it represents a systemic correction.
Well, let's talk about systemic correction.
It doesn't matter if it is the right perception. Optics are reality, especially in politics. So maybe you are right, but then you're doing a bad job of explaining that to people.
And you know what the problem really is?
You know what the problem really is? The white man.
When you defund opportunities to provide adequate psychiatric institutionalization.
You mean like defund the police, which was a Democratic thing that was heavily pushed by BLM?
For those kind of people, that wouldn't have happened. Because let me tell you something, even as a black person, as a judge, if you come before me 11 times with all of the information that you provided me with, you know what, before I release you, you know what, I'm going to have you committed to an institution. Because number one, the greater good is for me to preserve public integrity, and that's on both sides of the spectrum. I don't give a damn if you're black or white.
Why do you think they're not committing him to an institution?
Because that would be mean and racist.
Funding available.
There's no funding available. There's no funding available. So we just got to let criminals run free because we don't have any money. That makes sense.
Shut down in the name of restorative racial justice.
And his
That's
family,
why he wasn't institutionalized.
And his family
he should have
pushed
been in
against
prison
it too. His family pushed against it in certain like there's some of them cases where they were in court. His family was saying, "Don't put him in there."
I know, and who gives a shit?
But I'm just saying that's part of it. But when you only
and like if my dad, my sister, my brother, Morty committed a crime, it was on trial, whether they did or not. I mean, unless it was something so egregious, I'd be like, "Yo, free Morty!"
include the part that says the judge, you're not giving the whole story, and that's what media ends up doing. That creates these tensions in people. They straw man.
What is what the media ends up doing?
When you only include the part that says the judge, you're not giving the whole story, and that's what media ends up doing. That creates these tensions in people. They straw man.
So again, we have the obfuscation of I only trust the establishment when it goes in my direction. The judge, he's a judge. The court system's so fucked up. But the judge said. Which one is it?
The straw man's conversation can only tell part of it.
The tension is there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The tension is already there. White people are afraid to go in black neighborhoods because
should black people be afraid to go to school?
I said shit. Me too.
Already there. White people are afraid to go in black neighborhoods because
should black people be afraid to go to school because a white person go come shoot the school up? Because every time we see that.
How often does that happen? How often does that happen? Versus what white people are afraid of. Sure, the fear is real. As we talked about, I'm gonna wake up a slave. The perception is there, to use Crowder's words. Whether it's right or wrong, people think, as you are articulating in this moment, that you think it is an equal thing for black people to be scared to go to school because of a white shooter. That's the same as a white man not wanting to go into a black neighborhood.
What?
That's not how logic works. Adam said, I'm not afraid to go in black neighborhoods. They don't shoot the customer. Not always true.
That's what keeps happening.
It's not even close.
Somebody's never been robbed at gunpoint for drugs.
Now you're going to ignore it.
I'm scared to go to church.
You're scared to go to church, but you sit in the barbershop with almost 12 black men. Come on, Steve. Now let's be realistic.
Who do you think's more at risk sitting down right here?
Exactly. He know he's not in danger around us.
No, I'm much more risk.
We don't do that.
That's a good question. Who's in the most danger in this room? And I don't think it is necessarily something that is like, oh, look at me, I'm the victim. It's a pushback against the intellectual argument that this is not the case.
You know, I just watched my friend die, right?
Let me say this. Know what bothers me about white people, and this is kind of not
but we smell like wet dog or something. I've heard all this stuff.
Let me tell you what bothers me about white people. Let's be honest here, because I work with a lot of white people, so I have nothing against them at all. Let me be honest with you. But the problem the biggest problem that I have is that you constantly get bombarded with the excuses. All right, when you really come down to it, let's be honest, man, and let's be really truthful with one another. Ask yourself, what do you expect when you look at architectural oppression, economic depravity, and social disparity? What would you call it? I mean,
bad decisions.
Huh?
Bad decisions.
Bad decisions.
Yeah, I think right now in 2025, it's bad decisions. I think everyone can make better decisions.
And you know what? I'll even go here with you. In all fairness, I think that's absolutely true. So my question for you is, how?
What is that? What is HeyJackass.com?
How do we move past this?
Yeah. Okay.
How do we move past
I agree with you. I agree. And I think maybe we'll find some common ground here. If we agree there is personal accountability and bad decisions, and I think we also all agree that feminist white are the worst demographic in the country, along with lesbians.
There's a great book that says that they were her property. See, that's what I'm saying.
Like I'm telling you, like believe me, hold on, let me just clarify, and I mean that. Angry white feminist and lesbians, because if they didn't vote, we wouldn't have half of the shit. But, and this is one thing I appreciate about black men, that white men are so black men can talk about these things, and black men are okay being masculine.
All right, let's take a little side quest and see what we're talking about here. What is it? Hey, excuse me, Jesus. Hey, jackass. All right. There's a lot going on here. What exactly am I doing? What should I look at that is going to give us some type of bottom line that we don't need to spend all day reading all of this. I mean, I'll put the link in the chat so you guys could take the time when you want. But there's a lot here, so I'll keep this open. Breakdown by race. Breakdown by race. You mean this one? You mean this one? 70, we'll say 77%. Is this victims? Yeah, 77% are victims. Is this where is? So yeah, I mean, definitely in terms of victims, we know that there's one category. I forget exactly what it is. I think it might be Asian on black. Is is not correlated, but every other race, white people kill white people the most often, black people kill black most often, so on and so forth. So in Chicago, almost 80% of the victims. Oh, okay, it has the breakdown right here. So for black, there's 260 victims for 52 assailants. Hispanics, there's 61 victims for 11 assailants, and white, there is 18 victims for 3 assailants. So we have, so if we do 3 over 18, what is the ratio? Ratio of 3 over 18 versus 52 over 263. I think that's what we're trying to do. So yeah, for every 3 assailants, with 3 white assailants, there's 18 black victims. For every sorry. For every 3 white victims, there's 18 white no, it's the other way around. Every 3 white assailants leads to 18 white victims. 52 black assailants leads to 263 black victims. So we simplify. So 84%. That's 84% higher. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. So, I mean, take a look. So I don't, Adam, I'm not really sure what exactly the point was. He said, white people don't even make the list, so I stand by what I said. They don't shoot the customer. I'm a little confused as to what you're trying to get across here. Like, so black people don't kill white people super often? Okay. I don't know. Was that a claim that somebody made? I think it was the inverse, that people are saying that white people kill black people in large numbers. No? I thought that's what we were talking about.
And lesbians, because if they didn't vote, we wouldn't have half of the shit. But, and this is one thing I appreciate about black men, that white men are so, black men can talk about these things, and black men are okay being,
I mean, the numbers don't bear that out.
Being masculine. White men are told it's sexist. There's a lot there. Personal accountability decisions. Now, just take that and apply it. What you kind of just did here is you blamed white people, without realizing it, for systemic discrimination, and that removes autonomy.
And then actually, if we're talking specifically about customers, okay, fine. Go into these neighborhoods and don't be a customer. Crowder's saying he was afraid to be in black neighborhoods. Yeah, because he's not going to be buying drugs, so why would he be there? So if he's not a customer, so in order to be a white man in a black neighborhood, you have to be a drug addict, is what you're saying. Is that the case for black people in white neighborhoods? So I think his point stands. You're adding in the factor that this person is going to give black people money directly to buy drugs from them. That's a subset of what we're talking about. We're just talking about the notion of a white guy is in the hood. It's much more likely that they're going to get accosted and see even if, hey, are you a customer? Versus, if we look at a white neighborhood and a black guy goes in there, whether he's a customer or not, he's less likely to be robbed or hurt. Yep. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've been to the hood as a customer and been robbed. Shout out to the Steel Man. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. There's more than drugs in black neighborhoods. Okay, you're the one who brought up customers. I didn't. That's my point. I didn't bring that up. You brought that up. But you said people get robbed, assaulted, harassed, and intimidated all the time too. But there's no such thing as a black community. That's what I'm trying to tell black people, and they don't seem to like that idea. But I'm trying.
Realizing it for systemic discrimination, and that removes autonomy from a white person to be accountable and also rewarded for their good decisions. So if we agree it's bad decisions, personal accountability, we'd all be against reparations, and we'd all be against the criminal justice reform.
I'm definitely for reparations.
See, that to me, you said excuse.
Yeah.
That sounds like an excuse to me.
So the logic was laid out for you, but because it doesn't really work out for what I want, then I'm going to go with affirmative action.
You ain't paid me back. You ain't paid me for what you owe me.
What the fuck are you owed? What the fuck are you owed?
You can't start another bill
What did I take
until you pay this old bill.
There you go. What did I take from you? What are you owed? What are you owed?
See, that to me, you said excuse. That sounds like an excuse to me.
You ain't paid me back. You ain't paid me for what you owe me.
What did I take from you?
You can't start another bill until you pay this old bill.
What did I take from you?
You didn't take your ancestors.
But you just said you.
When I say you, I meant it as a euphemism.
And if you're just joining us, we've already tread on the ground that yes, there's systemic inequalities from the past, but a 20-year-old white kid today is not responsible for that. So now we're going back to that same exact argument.
Ancestors.
But you just said you.
When I say you, I meant it as a euphemism.
But can you understand why white people hear it and get pissed off?
Yeah.
Because I can take shit.
But they're not mad about the advantages that were built into their lives.
So you want young.
Yeah, I think Robert Doug is saying, I think they have a really bad argument and really mean they want to be reinvested in instead of reparations. I don't think that's what they mean on the face, but I think the sentiment of what you're saying is absolutely spot on. I don't think that these specific men are asking to take advantage of anything. I think they genuinely believe that they are owed X, Y, and Z. But they're not. Neither am I. Neither are you. And it might be easier for me to get it than you do. And it might be easier for you to get it than he does. But life ain't fair. And we could do our best to, under the laws, make things as equal as possible. But this is where we get into DEI and trying to make culture equal like that. Ain't gonna work. We should offer them that and see what they say. Banks literally have black-only loan programs. It's never enough. When am I gonna get what I deserve?
People to pay. Sounds like an excuse.
And even when I'm paying us back, Steve. No, my thoughts are on this here.
What happened?
Exercise our ability and our autonomy. Let me give you a perfect example. There's a gal right now. Her name is Joy Reach. Look up her.
I know Joy Reach. She's out of mind.
Look up her educational background.
Oh, does that explain so much? There's this lady. I don't know if you know. She's kind of underground. But Joy Reid, she's got a real good handle on what normal people think. Does she though?
You don't think Harvard gave her a degree just because she was a black person of DEI, do you?
I think she.
Do you want the answer to that question?
She's an idiot.
Okay, so
but not because she's black, but she's an idiot.
Okay, so you're entitled to.
I think Van Jones is smart, and I disagree with him. Joy Reid has said things that are so verifiably untrue. It's insane.
Okay, so but you know, as a man, I'm gonna indulge you and say, hey, you know what? I'm not gonna indulge you. I'm gonna respect your opinion, your frame of thought on that, right? I beg to differ tremendously, but nevertheless, though, that's why we're having this open discussion. But let's really talk about where we need to go from here on, and that is the fact that black people have every sense of entitlement as it relates to having reparations. And I'm gonna tell you why, right? Because
missed this one.
Nobody has ever been as more loyal to white people despite the treatment than black people have, right? Nobody. You show me one race. You know what? They make options and opportunities available when other ethnicities come here or what have you that we will never get a chance to have, right? And then they turn around and tell us, stop asking about reparations. Whenever we want to ask for equality and fairness, it's a problem. So white America.
So it's been several $1 trillion. When is it enough?
When is it enough? Never. That's the messaging. That's the messaging. That whatever you get, you're already owed from. So that is only bringing you up to breaking even. So ask for more. Robert said Candace Owens came out with a video. I haven't seen it. I'm curious what you think. I think that she either. I don't know her well enough to determine which, but I'm almost sure it's either A, the death of Charlie Kirk really broke her brain, or B, she's decided, fuck it, I'm gonna make as much money as I can off of the death of this person. She was always kind of out there, but everything that she was saying was somewhat grounded in facts, in truth, in documents, in policy. I saw a compilation of her talking about Charlie Kirk, and it's a weird feeling. It seems evil. It seems demonic. All these vibes. So, give me some hard evidence, and then we'll talk about Israel. Let me say the conclusion. Not that I love Israel or anything, but just, you know, if you want to blame Saudi Arabia, same threshold. Let me say the conclusion of the idea that they have been the conclusion of the ideas that they have been programmed with. The propaganda ends in communism. They are NPCs. Yep. Yeah, she got weird. Shout out to Jason Kruger. Welcome to the party. You like that that thumbnail, huh? Yeah, we covered that before, and yes, he abused and shocked the fuck out of that dog. Even though there are proper ways to use shock collars and prong collars, what we saw was undeniably not okay. Let me say, I'm on Team Candace. I just want to see this all play out. She's a woman. Vibes are what they're good for. Fair enough. Winston, my view is yes, because of past inequalities, it has held black people back in general. DEI isn't a solution. We should have programs to help the poor, because then those who need help get help. Bingo. Because I say DEI disadvantages poor white people who are denied because they aren't black. Bingo. It's almost like it's a class issue and not primarily a race issue, like some of us have been saying for years.
Spend $7 trillion on what? What did we spend it on?
Let's go back to Lyndon Johnson.
Lyndon Johnson, you're talking about the war on poverty? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
1965?
Why was that done?
All right, but here's the deal.
What about the Department of Education?
Here's the deal. So now you're saying the Department of Education. Let's go back to the Department of Education.
Okay, so my point is, these were, hold on. No, I didn't answer your question.
All right.
The reason that this was given, right, when you're talking about the Great Society program, the reason when you look at the Model Cities program, urban planning, $8 billion in Detroit adjusted for inflation, the reason that, and I don't know if you know this, black students in this country get more spending per pupil than white students. I don't know if you know that. That's an actual fact. Even in impoverished neighborhoods through public funding, these were the reparations that were asked of white people throughout each decade, given, and then we're told, no, that's not the real one. They were given, whether you like them or not, whether you think they work or not. And by the way, I think they're dog shit. I think we should completely suspend the federal Department of Education. I think the Texas state could do a much better job. But those were done in the name of racial reparations because they were demanded, and now it's not enough.
You say that, Steve. Listen.
But was that?
We should suspend the Department of
I agree with you. So why would they do it correctly?
It's not just because it was done in the name of racial justice that it was done incorrectly.
That's the reason for it.
I'm saying that's the reason for it. But along the way of trying to achieve racial justice, you just did it wrong.
But let me ask you,
that's my point.
You said
people did it the way we were asked.
The reason it was right, your approach was wrong.
So now you make some 20-year-old kid pay?
No, but you came out there. You said that you're against the Department of Education, right? Let me tell you
Federal
something.
Department.
Yeah, Federal Department of Education. Let me tell you something that has come up in a lot of circles that I'm always talking about as a
Robert Ducky said if there's anybody who's going to find Charlie Kirk's killer, it's going to be the person who found Bridget McCrone's penis. Fair. I can't argue with that. Fair.
Person with a disability. The Department of Education does a lot more in terms of, even with the enforcement of Section 504, right? 504 says that you must have accommodations for individuals with disabilities, right? Perfect example of when you walked in or someone just walked in, did you hear what that thing said? Right, left. Go down to Austin. Let me tell you something. When you suspend the Department of Education, you're also telling the remain 36 million people in this country who have disabilities, you know what? Screw you. Figure it out. We don't have to do anything, okay? And this is another reason, going back to what we said with the Black America. If you don't have certain mechanisms in place to ensure that there is a fair and level playing field, right? Guess what? The controlling party that's in power.
Come on, Crowder, do better. It's your job to do racism in America better.
Or what have you, are not going to say, hey, wait a minute, let's look at this other disenfranchised segment of the community or what have you, and see how can we provide
I'll disabuse you of that notion. Okay, let me disabuse you of that notion.
Go ahead.
Over $3 trillion adjusted for inflation, right? The Department of Education, early 70s. Okay, before that they were run by states. Over $3 trillion. What are math scores? What are literacy scores now? In both?
Depends on what part of the country you're asking that about.
Across the board. Across the board.
You can't go there because I'm going to tell you why you can't go there.
Not good. Not good. There are people graduating high school that do not have a 6th grade reading level. No Child Left Behind, among many other things, destroyed education and just intelligence in this country.
But hold on, I'll answer the question. Because then I'll show you an example of something that actually works, because we need solutions. They're across the board down. In other words, $3 trillion, test scores are worse. And they're even worse in poor areas where there's more spending. Do you know where black students in New York City actually do really well? White Catholic schools, where they have more students per teacher, on average 35 plus. Yep. In other words, they have fewer teachers. It's done privately. Charter schools, school choice is something I support. That means for everyone in this country. You can't do it because it's racist.
Let's look at the academia, though, okay?
That's why
when you start talking about that, what have you, when you talk about test scores, we can go just north versus south or what have you. Let's look at the quality of education that's in these schools or what have you. Are you going to tell me that it's a standardized academic agenda that's promoted throughout this country? Or is it the fact that some people have a different education level than black? Listen, I work with people.
They're bad across the board.
I work with people every day that are out the north that have far excelled in
that's absolutely true.
The Indian Jesus and the moral felony clue shocked like Kaya. Sign up right now at the $9.99 membership level, and you too can be part of the moral felony clue. Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. That was baller.
We have bad and worse. There's no good. Right. There's no good. There's shit in here. And what I'm saying is, here's something where we could find common. I propose this, many people have, where we go, look, instead of giving money to a school, like you say, some of these schools suck, right? Instead of just putting, let's say the average spending is $15,000 per student. That's a rounded number. It's anywhere from 13 to 50, okay? If instead of putting that money in the administrative costs at a school, what you do is you say, okay, that's a grant, that's a voucher that attaches to the student, and they can take it to any school they want, so they have to compete. So that kid can now choose where they go to school. Can't do it because it's racist. But that's why it's been fought.
Yeah.
It's all racist. If you don't just bow down at the feet of all black people and give them all the money that you have on you, I don't make the rules. All right? That's just how it is.
People say black kids would still be stuck in shit schools than white kids. Why?
Well, see, that comes
because they wouldn't be able to transport themselves out of a bad neighborhood. But right now they're stuck with one school.
So when you start asking those whys and go down the rabbit hole of why and start asking, okay, well, why would somebody say that? Well, this is why.
Why would somebody say what? You like. That is one of the biggest pet peeves where it's like you're not able to. It's a theory of mind thing. You know what you're talking about, and so you talk about it as if you're talking about it. Where like we know what we mean when we say, let's get peanut butter, let's hit that swole goal. We know what that means. But if I was talking to somebody who hadn't been here before or hadn't seen us talk about it, then I wouldn't be like, yo, the swole goal, let's get that peanut butter. I'd be like, look, this is what this is. Because I understand that just because I know what I mean doesn't mean that they know what I mean. We talk about this a lot in the context of solipsism, female solipsism, where it's like, well, I think this way, so therefore everyone must think this way. That's not how that works.
Well, I'll tell you why they really say it. And the teachers' unions.
Because the teachers' unions?
Yeah. It doesn't make, in other words, if
but I get
a black kid right now has to go to
because in certain communities where they don't have certain resources, it's a lot of kids. Once again, I've raised my kids, graduated 3 kids from I've been afforded some things in this community that some people down south don't have.
Yeah,
right.
That's a fact.
And some of these school events, I'm questioning them like, how the hell y'all expect us to have jobs and still transport these kids to and from these events all throughout the day? But if them people down there had to do it,
so you think what we're doing now is better?
Because they ain't got transport. Half of them ain't got transport.
I think we need to go back.
I don't even know what was that complaint? We need to be transporting them. Like, do you not have school buses? Where is this? Wow, I was like, why is this so zoomed in? This is student heads back to the barbershop, school choice. Did anybody notice what it was? Spoiler alert, none of them take any accountability. What I'm hearing is the actions of the worst white people reflect all white people, but the actions of the worst black people do not reflect all black people. I feel like they said where this was. I don't know, but you hear it. Hey, shout out to C223. Welcome to the party. We said the Fed does what it does. The two-party system's job is to keep it going, burr. Bingo. Yep. We need to pay for the racism, of course. Obviously.
To the real truth, because that's what I'm saying. Because they're in impoverished areas, and we already know based on how we see.
So how do we fix it? We have to pay for a car,
have grocery stores. Those same areas
that's horseshit. I see everyone here has a smartphone. You can literally order any food that's ever existed.
Wait. I think because I heard this, I want to hear this again. I heard this argument and I bought it, and then somebody else was talking about it. I think
that's what I'm saying. Because they're in impoverished areas, and we already know based on how we see.
So how do we fix it? We have to pay for a car,
have grocery stores. Those same areas
that's horseshit. I see everyone here has a smartphone. You can literally order any food that's ever existed on Earth to any municipality cheaper than ever.
If you're in an area that already has a lack of resources and you're already low income, how you gonna order something?
That's facts. I saw Charlie Kirk being like, nobody is starving to death in America. There's food banks and churches, and absolutely right. Absolutely right. But there is a difference between starving to death, like we see in Ethiopia or whatever, and food insecurity. Now, I think some of you guys would definitely have more experience this than, the doctor's kid. But, we were talking the other night about the guilt that I felt for so long up into my 20s for not being, just happy with every aspect of my life, even though I was blessed in so many different ways. I never, ever, until I moved out on my own, while I was living under my parents' roof, there was not one time, not one. There was 0 times where I didn't know, if I would have enough resources for dinner. There was never a thought of anything like that. And that is a privilege. So, yes, nobody's fucking falling down from starvation on the side of the streets. But that doesn't mean that in America, we should have children who are in school, the government school, and not sure if they will be able to sustain themselves. So I've flipped on that. We free lunches in schools is necessary. Libby said the Fed does what it does. Okay, we got that one. Grocery store didn't shut down because they were being robbed. So many, in fact, that liberal cities are trying to force them to stay. Is that specifically what they were talking? I wasn't sure if it was on the general thing or if we were talking about specifically shutting down the stores. But then again, as you're saying, the reason that these things shut down is because of crime. Less crime equals less incentive to leave. Less incentive to leave means more resources. I mean, we could go down the list. It's not complicated. Crime is bad.
Amazon one click.
But see, here's the deal.
We're talking about who gets it in 2025. Come on.
I think that's a broader problem that we were not discussing. You know what that is? You've got to go all the way back. This has been an insidious process that's been at work. And the bad part about it is, as long as we as white and black America keep fighting among each other, we'll never see the big picture. You go back to
Yeah, but y'all are the ones that are saying fucking the white man when we're specifically talking about policy.
1982 under Charlotte T. Iserman, who was the Department of Secretary under Ronald Reagan, Department of Education. She wrote a good expose many years later called The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. She kind of patterned that after that B.F. Skinnerian behavioral modification, and it ties all.
Ooh, there you go. Going up there with B.F. Skinnerian. So, fucking baby, why does this shit leak? That's not how that should happen. But B.F. Skinnery is talking about operant conditioning. So we had classical conditioning with Pavlov's dog. You ring the bell, and the dog knows that the food's coming, so you can eventually ring the bell, and without any food, you get the dog to salivate without any food. That's classical conditioning. Operant conditioning has to do with, if I do a thing, then your reaction based on different incentives. So like, it's kind of the same thing, but it's a little bit more involved. Libby Plus said, I lived in poor white cities, and it's the same problem. There's crime. The businesses can't stay open. Bingo. The whole race conversation is such a distraction. Why can't they see it? Propaganda. CD said on the grocery topic, if the socialist guy wins the New York City mayor race, morons, I don't know his name, but fuck, what is it? Zan, what the fuck is his name? Anyway, if he wins, he wants to do a socialism grocery store. A lot of bodegas and corner stores will shut down. It's almost like socialism is not good for business. Listen, I'm not against universal health care, but I don't think the federal government can afford it. Better to leave it to the states, if anything. But first, you need a plan, not just making it haphazardly. Okay. I was going to say, we do not want universal health care. We do not want universal health care. Not only is my dad a doctor, but he did his residency in the UK, where they have universal health care. And then he spent the last 35 years, 38 years, really, something like that. I don't know, being a doctor in America. So, I mean, he's one guy, and I've definitely talked about how, as much as I love him, he can have some out there ideas. But this is his expertise. You don't want universal health care.
All into the founder before the Department of Education, which was General Education Board, where they say, you know what, we don't need more painter, we don't need more artists, or we don't need more poets. We just want good cogs in a wheel that are easily taught, that we can mold under our own hand. That mantra still holds true today. So you got to look at.
And I don't think that the VA inherently is a bad thing, but exactly as you're saying, the problems that are embedded in the VA, if we can't get that right, why would we think that we could get it right for everybody?
You got to look at where we come from. We come from a nation that was industrious and coupled with innovation to now everybody tends to do things like you say with your smartphone. You know why? Because pictures keep you from looking at things contextually. All right. So when you think about this educational system, you got to go back to what changed in this educational system and why we're where we are. Because you can't just simply say, yeah, but you can't just simply say that everybody wants to be dumb or everybody in the South.
I didn't say everybody wants to be dumb.
Okay, well, tell you this.
Just that everybody is dumb.
Here's another problem why scores are so much lower in this country, especially when you talk about black.
Cope.
Because money doesn't
Put a one in the chat if you think he's about a cope.
fix the problem. It's that
Money doesn't-
we've thrown
that's
money
a
at the problem,
fact.
and it doesn't do
Solve the problem at the core root of it and start reforming the real academia, all right? That's where you solve the.
Okay, reforming what academia to what? This is what I mean. You have an idea of what that means. But you said, we got to start reforming the real academia. Okay. So, what do we do first?
So you know what you tell people? We're going to operate in a system of meritocracy. God damn it, you will eat what you kill. If you're giving you $50,000 to go to school and you decide that you don't want to, or you fail to adhere to what's being presented before you, then shame on you.
I agree. You do away with DEI. You do away with the sex affirmative action.
Why?
Away with all, but eat what you kill.
Do away with DEI, but make it fair across the board.
But that's what I'm saying.
I agree.
If you're going to do away with it,
Tell the Indian Jesus, or tell him you can't wait for him to be on the Indian Jesus.
if you're going to do away with DEI, you got to make sure that the merits are properly being counted. Because the reason why DEI was invented, reason why affirmative action was invented, is because you'd have two qualified candidates, same qualifications, but one would get in strictly because his name was Johnny and the other one's name was Jamal.
Okay, but when we have Zoran Mamdani, and the only type of people are saying like, well, I'm Ann Coulter, and we don't have words in the English language with an M and then a Z, or an M and then a D. And forgot about the word gumdrop. That's not the world we live in anymore, brother.
Would get in strictly because his name was Johnny and the other one's name was Jamal. Well, we're gonna take Johnny because naturally Johnny's gonna be better at it, but they got the same qualifications. That's why affirmative action was instituted in the first place.
DEI
and now when we hear,
shrinking white feminists wanted to claim credit.
That's a snapshot you can present it in, but
I agree with you. I agree.
That's a snapshot you can present it in, but I'm just saying, like the reason why.
No, what I'm saying is,
you go down and ask why.
No. That's not a framing that you could put. No, that is what it is.
I'm being flippant, but the truth is, black people were being admitted in record numbers if they had the same qualifications before DEI and affirmative action. White shrieking feminists wanted to take credit for something that was already happening because people had become less racist, so they can say, tag my white name on there, DEI. See what I did?
Yeah, we had the 90s. People were, even if, and again, I don't think that the colorblindness of the 90s is the end of developing race relations in America. But that was the best we were at. That was the last step where we were moving in the right direction. We had the colorblindness of the 90s, and then it was like, no, you need to fucking buy into the fact that everything is racist, and now we're here with DEI. There was a time in my lifetime when people openly wanted to show that they were not racist because we all thought racism was a bad thing that we didn't want to be. And then language changed, the landscape changed, a lot of other things changed. And it was just like, all right, if I'm racist, then I'm racist. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Context said, I still believe automation and AI will bring in Star Trek socialism. It only work in a time of overabundance. I don't disagree, but I don't think that's in any of our lifetimes. I could be wrong, but See, he says, whereas for white students trying to get into Ivy League colleges requires higher test scores. Well, that's because, and this is what, he was saying, you blame it on the 20-year-old white kid. It's like, well, that's because white people this, that. Yeah, but that kid didn't do anything wrong. Marketing provide abundance right now. Yeah, but I don't think that's what he means. I definitely remember all of that.
Because people had become less racist, so they can say, tag my white name on there, DEI. See what I did for black people? It's white guilt. And what I'm trying to tell you is, young people who have nothing to do with any of this, their guilt is running out, and you can't escape the violent murder rate. You can't escape them losing opportunities and being blamed for being racist when they're not. And you want those kids to pay reparations? You're creating a generation of racists. That's what's going to happen. And
then you're going to have a... Then you're going to have...
Rabble.
We as a black community, we're not creating a generation of racists.
Yes, the fuck you are. You may not mean to, but you definitely are. As evidenced by the fact that people are more racist in 2025 than they were 30 years ago in 1995.
Who's creating that generation of racists? Those older white people are feeding that into them.
It's the white man, the evil white man. Oh yeah, we never got a look at all the bling. So we got, of course, the matching outfit. We got a ring. We got this. We got a nice watch, another ring, and of course the what does it say? Big pickle, big. I think it might say the N-word. I'm not sure, but that's helping the community. For sure.
You know who's creating that generation of racists? Those older white people are feeding that into their kids. See, all white people are not racist. I don't believe that. No, but the ones that come from families that have that inherent gene or trait in them, they're passing that on. How? See, I look at this. The gentleman that got killed, Charlie. He was killed by a white man, a young white.
To Charlie Kirk. Dilly, man. Dilly, fucking dilly.
Hey, man, right? From the generation that you're talking about that's getting fed up. Well, he was
Yeah, but he was a liberal transferee, so if we're going to go down the list, he's more like you than it is like us.
Now, his dad had one ideology. He followed another ideology. That's out the same household. He didn't come from nowhere black. He wasn't hanging around with no bunch of black. I agree.
And the point is... So we can, when we go to the Ukrainian girl, we're like, well, that's just mental health. But when we talk about the angry, trans, furry-loving, assassination guy, that's not mental health. That's about white people.
That mindset. His daddy put whatever was into him. His dad either put that into him or his rebellion from his father caused him to think like that. That we're not creating that. Black people.
That is nothing to do with. I agree with you.
You ever seen over in Africa? You see an elephant with a bird riding on his back. That elephant ain't worried about that bird because that bird not stopping him from doing the thing he want to do.
What? I need to hear that again. What?
Cause him to think like that. That we're not creating that. Black people.
That has nothing to do with. I agree with you.
You ever seen over in Africa? You see an
in Africa, okay.
Elephant with a bird riding on his back.
You see an elephant riding with a bird on his back.
That elephant ain't worried about that bird because that bird not stopping him from doing the thing he want to do.
No, it's because it's a symbiotic relationship, and the bird is helping clean the elephant. It's a similar thing with sharks and smaller fish that they don't eat because it cleans up their mouth. It's a symbiotic relationship. What are black people as a race doing for America that is akin to the little fish cleaning up the shark or the bird cleaning up the elephant? Oh, nothing.
They ain't worried about that bird because that bird not stopping him from doing the thing he want to do. We're the bird.
No,
we're the bird. You're not the bird.
No, the fuck you're not.
White America from doing it.
Okay, let's put that. So, okay, if that's the situation, and we want to talk about a symbiotic relationship, and we have the bigger thing, the more dangerous thing, and then we have the smaller thing. Okay, fine. Yes, absolutely. You are the bird. But again, what you're missing is that it's not that just the elephant's like, whatevs. It's just there's a symbiotic relationship. The elephant is getting something from the bird. So if you are the bird and the white man or the rest of America or wherever you want to put it is the elephant, then what exactly is the symbiosis? What is it that you are offering to the elephant? Because if that bird were just flapping around, not doing jack shit, I don't think the elephant would be okay with that. This is why you need to be able to understand the underlying principle and message and logic of what people are saying. Sounds good, right? Oh, the bird and the bird and the elephant, they're just hanging out because ain't nobody getting in their way. But that's not analogous. Because black people as a whole specifically are not in symbiosis with either the white population or America in general. That doesn't mean that black people don't contribute. That just means as a whole, it is not the role of black people to help white people, nor should it be. But if we want to talk about everybody being the bird and America being the elephant, well, now your analogy makes a little bit of sense.
Where's the bird?
No.
Where's the bird?
You're not a bird.
Most useless bird that ever did fly.
White America from doing
You know what? The
anything they
bird
wanna
just
do.
burned down $4 billion worth of
No,
cities
the
and
bird ain't burned
60,000
down.
assaults.
No.
And a young white kid. No, hold on. You
The
gotta
bird might
listen.
get blamed for it.
Right.
The bird is half as big as the elephant.
You act like it's only blacks that was burning it down.
You know what I said earlier, and you listen, is when you have a young white person going, okay, why is this happening? And people go, Black Lives Matter. And they go, well, hold on a second. I have an opinion on Black Lives Matter. They go, well, sit down, shut up. Okay, now silence is violence. And that kid goes, well, what do I do? By the way, you're on the hook for reparations, even though his father, his grandfather, his great-great-grandfather didn't own a slave, and he's still 12 times more likely to be killed by a black person the other way around. What I'm saying is society is going to create a generation of racists. What do you say to that young white kid?
I say dilly dilly. I say you are wrong in your perception of black people, but I 1000% understand why you have it. And you, sir, are not to blame for being wrong about this. That's what I say to that young white kid.
What I'm saying is society is going to create a generation of racists. What do you say to that young white kid? What do you say to him?
Stay off of TikTok.
Stop reading stats.
So now it's his fault for being on TikTok, but women and black people are on TikTok, right? So what?
Say to that young white kid. What do you say to him?
Stay off of TikTok.
Stop reading stats.
Stop paying attention to what these talking heads are saying, because they're leading you down the wrong path. They're leading you down a path of paranoia.
Are they? It sounds like you, whether you are a liberal or a black person, experience a significantly higher degree of paranoia than your average white conservative. No? I'm gonna wake up a slave! Sounds like paranoia that you get from listening to people who are leading you down the wrong path. Projection! Oh my goodness. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh man, I'm getting worried. Shout out to Funkmaster General. Just added 10 gifted memberships. Oh my God. We are already at $101, guys. And this is 10, $2.99. Holy fuck. Look, all I've ever said is that I will try my hardest. If I fail, I will fail. But Funkmaster General, thank you, sir. So very, very much. I still think, let's see. I still think Behave is the sponsor. We have 23.59. Oh, by $1, Behave keeps the sponsor spot. But of course, big shout out to Funk Master General. Shout out to Never Lucky Robert Ducky, Matthew King, M169, Israel Serbia, Bonze, Funky Button, Josie Hernandez, Magis Head, Dan Jensen, and Tony Baloney. You guys are now available to join the Discord from the free link at the top of the chat. Be it a whole month of hanging out in all of those channels. Everybody put FMG in the chat. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the party. Let's see. So we were at there. We had 20 out of 15 and 131 out of 50. That's 65 push-ups. I certainly can't do 65 push-ups, but it's going to be fun watching me try.
And conspiracy theories.
What if their interactions with black people in general are quite negative?
Well, we're in it now, and we're going to continue next Thursday, October 16th, on the next installment of Black and White on the Gray Issues.
All right, so maybe we'll come back to this.
You realize that you could take all the white people in this country, and if you're going to add up everyone where you...
Oh, they continue it. I like this. I like that there's more to this conversation, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to want to Excuse me. Pretty sure I'm going to want to cover this.
Could actually trace the lineage to slave owners or had any involvement, you would end up with maybe 2 or 3%. You shouldn't be getting anything. That's why Charlie Kirk shouldn't be shot.
So my question is,
well, how is this? What is it? How is this relevant? So here's something that's important, right? Because Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Let's be clear about this, and we're both agreeing because people believed a lie.
Somebody got to get them sweet potatoes out the ground. Somebody got to.
A lie repeated by Jimmy Kimmel. And without the government intervention, we would have been rid of it. Jason Kruger said, I've realized that some people on this planet want to be the aggressor and the victim at the same time.
Bingo.
Example, I punch you in the face. Now you punch me back, but I claim a victim. Hypocrisy? Yes. But also, you are spot on. You are spot on. I want to be able to do whatever I want to do. And also, when things don't work out perfectly for me, then, I'll just blame white people. I'll just blame society. I'll just blame systemic racism. Hypocrisy personified. Holy shit. Oh, fuck me, bro. Fuck me. Fuck me. Well, definitely. We have a new sponsor of the stream. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So that's 21 out of 15. And then we're at 131 plus 20 is 151. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's wait. Oh, we had anonymous. Babe, I apologize. You were the sponsor over anonymous. I just forgot. But now Bunkmaster beat ya. Funk. Oh. But Master General. Boom. Boom. Oh my God. You guys really came through for me tonight. What matters more than anything to me is this. You saw how much was in there. And he's so happy. And now we've got, so what I typically will do is I'll take this and I'll take his bone, right? And I'll scoop out some of what he can't get, and I'll spread it over like this area so that he can use it. But goddamn, you guys are fucking amazing. I am a little bit at a loss of words, and that is not a common thing. I just want to say thank you guys. Thank you so much. I know that you could be doing anything in the world. I know that you guys work hard for your money. And so when you decide to take those dollars, take that time, take that effort that you put in at whatever job it is, and you think I deserve it? Oh, man. Thank you, guys. I guess let's fucking do this. Let's fucking do this! I'm scared. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. 75. I'm not promising that I will make it. What I am promising is that I will try. Oh, man. See, this is the problem. I gotta stretch. I haven't done a push-up in like 3 weeks. We go from 0. I'm gonna try. Well, then give me more fucking money. What the fuck? I work hard as shit. Just kidding. But also not. Morty definitely helps everything in my life. But yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm not going to make it in a row. But I'll probably hit 30-ish, and then I'll have to take a break. And then we'll see. So Guamtech said, I pay myself 10, but I got an injured shoulder. So everybody, you guys paid me. Now it is time to pay yourselves. Let's do some push-ups. Holy fucking shit. I don't want to. I'm scared. All right. Okay. All right. 75. 75. Oh, my knee just cracked. Fuck. All right, we got this. We got this. Ready? I'm gonna do them a little bit more bitchy than I usually do because I know that I can't do 75. Got a little bit of strength there. All right, here we go. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. All right, 40, 40. Woo! More than halfway, baby. More than halfway. Let's fucking go. We're still fucking going. That's 40 push-ups. Shake it out. Shake it out. Shake it out. All right, that's 40. That's 40. Let's go. Let's go. I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch. 35 left. Here we go. Oh my God. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, fuck. All right. 24. 24 left. We got this. 24. I can do 24. Let's go. Let's go. Who's biting themselves? I don't see any numbers in the chat. I don't see any numbers in the chat. 24. 24. We got this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah! All right, that's 20. 20 left. We got it. Couple left chain raise, no bitch. 20. Taking the watch off. Take the watch off. Oh man. 20 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, fuck! $16 left. Holy fuck. All right, we got this. We got this. 14. We can do 14 push-ups. What, 16? God damn it. One, 2, 3, 4. Oh, fuck. Ah. 12. 12 left. 12 left. Don't anybody ever fucking tell me that you didn't get what you paid for. All right. Let's go. I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 8 left, baby! 8! 8 left. Oh. Let's go. If I gotta do 4 and 4, I'll do 4 and 4. I ain't quitting. I ain't quitting. 1, 2, 3. Ah, fuck! 5 left. 5 left. All right, you know what I'm gonna do? Let's read the chat. Let's read the chat. Give it a little Shake out. Nah. No bitch push-ups. No bitch. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Bitch push-ups do not count, though. Nope. He's gotta stay eating a lot. Well, I'm about to, if you're in the after party, I'm about to make some food. We're getting there. We are getting there. We are getting there. My shoulder locks up, and I can only do 10 push-ups. Right? Marty, I need your help. I need your help. All right, 5 left. 5 left. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. I can do 5 without stopping. Come on. Come on. Come the fuck on. Just 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1. Ah! For good fucking luck! Let's fucking go! 76, motherfuckers! 76! And that is a swole goal. We do that, and I might have something to show off here. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. I think I'm gonna die. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Oh, don't you fucking dare. You better be fucking joking, Bob. I swear to God. Well, I already did 1 for good luck, so that's 4 more. Fuck you, faggots. Oh, and of course, shout out to CT for the 10. Thank you. I'll take charity when I need it. You are paid for a service. That service will be delivered. 4 more. Here we go. 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, and still 1 for good luck. Ah! That's the cutoff. That's the cutoff. I'm done. Holy moly. That is the most fucking swole goal we've ever done, and I may push-up goal ends on the first push from now on. No, I need money, so you can keep it going. But once I finish the push-ups, you can't add more. That's the new rule. Well, it was 80 and 1 for good luck. Well, let me break a mirror then, guys. Thank you so very much. He's like, why are you yelling? No, he's just got to pee. All right, fine. I'll give you another fucking free one, because I'm a fucking gangster. You little bitches are scared of numbers. You little bitches like, oh, 23 is scary. 1, 2, 3. Ha! 84! Bah! Suck on my nuts. 84. 84. I can't talk anymore. I'm done. I'm exhausted. But thank you so very much for hanging out, guys. I really I appreciate it. Even if you just want to treat me like a dancing monkey, this is what we do. You want to do a push-up with me, Bubba? Let's do 1 more. Make it nice. With 1 foot. There we go. 85 push-ups. 85. Guys, thank you so very much. You guys are amazing. You guys are so beautiful. and I love the light that comes from you. Guys, if you are new, please do hit that subscribe button. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, dropping new videos every single day. And if you couldn't tell, we have a good time, so you want to be here live. But even if you miss it, the replays are awesome. It is now time to head to the after party, guys. Remember, I'm looking right now. You can hit that link before the stream ends, and you get to join us in the after party. But you got to do it before then. And then, of course, if you've got a gifted membership, hit the link. You're already in for the entire month. Guys, thank you so much. I need to lay the fuck down. But I love you guys. I don't know about that. But guys, thank you so very, very much. Once again, that is the Overlord Morty, and I have been your host. Very true. Let me get some alcohol. Hydrated. All right, guys. Thank you so much again. That is the Overlord Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.